and when I tried questing only to be slain time and time again by this bastard who kept telling me to go back to retail, I'd had enough of this terrible place. In a last-ditch effort, I went to Gadget-san to pick up a flight path so this entire journey hadn't been for nothing. And that was the very moment that I received a message from the gnome, asking if I wanted to join in on farming Scarlet Monastery, on the condition that I stopped picking on gnomes. Even knowing my track record with dungeons in WoW, I convinced myself that this was the move, seeing as the boss could yield an axe I wanted more than anything else in this game. Therefore, I went all the way back to Hillsbrad Foothills and met up with Larry. And this is actually the funny part. Remember that entire journey I just described to you? Now I had to do half of it again. And together with an individual who simply couldn't stop talking about how I should stop being mean to gnomes.
So you like to pick on little guys, eh?
With 10% luck, 20% skill, and 15% concentrated power of will, we actually make it to our destination in one piece. Now, if almost every dungeon leading up to this was a full-blown clusterfuck, this was a well-oiled machine. A symbiotic magnum opus, showcasing team
Oh no, not a...
teamwork and synergy I never thought possible.
Like
Having several mages busting through armory is a fucking beautiful sight to behold. Prior to this, if I aggroed a few mobs, I was the bastard who fucked up. Now, anything less than 10 mobs was considered wasting time. I had to throw in the towel and admit, alright, I'm having a good time here, this is fucking gameplay. Larry even drank the Noggin Fogger elixir, which made him even smaller, and honestly, I respect a man of that size. These gnomes were clearly giving me the absolute hookup, and I could do nothing but reciprocate. Leading us to the part in the intro which I so shamelessly clickbaited you with. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to inform you that nothing extraordinary happened beyond that point. We ran the dungeon a couple times, I got Herod's helmet and shoulders, yet no axe. The day after, I decided to try again with a new group, but without the mage hookup, it was painfully slow. We ran the dungeon for 4 hours before the Ravager finally dropped, at which point, Svanpult, the man who'd previously informed me that the axe was of no use to him, needs on it and I lose the 50-50 roll. Dungeons in World of Warcraft, man. I'm starting to see a pattern here.
Wait, the Whirlwind Axe has stamina and strength, and it has like 1 less DPS. Isn't it slower too? And the Ravager Axe can be annoying because like the wind spin thing pops at the wrong time, then you have to like cancel or it. I swear the Whirlwind... I feel like Whirlwind's better than Ravager. Yeah.
As a silver lining to end the video on a high note, I rekindled with my bangin' WoW GF Elizabeth. She'd been grinding the real world, resulting in a solid level deficit, landing me the power position in the relationship. Financially, I was a powerhouse. DPS-wise, I was a primal fucking animal, and that's why they always come crawling back, especially if you don't tell them about the letter from Big Titty GF.
Oh, yeah, true.
Anyways, that's the end of our journey for now. Getting E-smashed with presumably women. Would our hero ever get the Ravager Axe? Would Swak Wictus rise to the occasion? And what gruesome adventures awaits our hero?
Get him, Swak.
I suppose you'll find out if I don't quit playing this game. Which I might.
Maybe. Someday, maybe. I love it. Yeah. I like, after every video, it's to be continued maybe. It's like, if I don't quit. Okay, 1 more episode. If I don't... Okay, 1 more episode. Well, I love it. Swak Wictus. I love it. I wish I could go back in time and help him out. Actually, maybe not. Maybe it's kind of nice to see him struggle. Maybe that's why I'm enjoying it so much. Maybe if I could go back in time, I would just sit here and watch, just like I'm doing right now. 'Cause it's great.
Thank you everyone for participating in Phase 1 GDKP. I figured I would make this announcement early to give everyone time to plan their raids for Season 2. Phase 2, excuse me. I will not be playing or raid leading Phase 2 Season of Discovery. As a GDKP raid community, we are all aware of the many benefits of GDKP raids possess. As a raid leader, one of the most important things to me is the extremely low amount of administrative work required to manage the loot. At this point, I don't have the time nor desire to engage in such administrative work. If GDKPs are implemented at some point in Phase 2 or 3, I may return, but until then, time is money, friend. I wish you all the best of luck. So let's go back to that phrase, time is money, friend. What do you think the odds are that somebody who is organizing GDKPs on a third party that's not available for Blizzard to parse the language in is doing this in order to... How much do you guys want to bet that he's made more than $5 by doing GDKPs? 100%? I would say it's a very high percent. I do. I think it's an extremely high percentage. I have no problem with GDKPs. In fact, I support GDKPs. But
I like the fact of like being a poor boy like me, but like a good player, like good raider.
It is.
That was a way of me
lot
making
of people,
gold. Like,
and this is the reality.
I didn't buy
Blizzard
gold.
has
Like,
not
I made my
upheld
gold
the
through
integrity of the game,
GDKPs, so.
and everybody who does GDKPs
more of a
buys
leech, I
gold.
wouldn't
Not
really
sorry,
buy shit.
sorry. I keep doing this. Not everybody. Almost everybody. He's actually quitting because he can't make money from selling gold anymore. Okay, yeah, this guy obviously knows, right? It literally says that, yeah, the time is money, friend. Exactly. And man, crying about distributing loot in a 10-man raid. We literally just use group loot. This person does not raid for the love of the game. Rep Bozo, GDKP, gold seller, quits the game because he can't play an auctioneer game anymore. True. This guy's definitely a gold seller. Yep, aka I will no longer be able to sell gold from these runs, so it's not worth it for me to do anymore. I hope they all quit. What a bullshit excuse. Main spec over off spec roles, take no administrative work. That's very true. There's no administrative work that's needed in my raids either. We decide basically, do I need it? No. Does McConnell need it? No. Okay, we're just gonna roll it off to somebody and probably give it to the wrong person. Because if I need it, then I just loot it to myself and that's it. Yeah, we don't need to write this down. It's just, that's the way it is. You'll see the YouTube video of it later. I think that again, and this is kind of like what the problem is that I think that like fundamentally GDKP is great. I'm a huge advocate of GDKP, but the problem is that the WoW audience in collaboration with Blizzard, like investing literally zero negative effort into enforcement. There is no enforcement for people that are breaking the terms of service by going to GDKPs and buying gold. Like the risk of getting banned is like zero. So of course everybody's buying gold, because if you don't buy gold, you can't compete. So really this is a problem that's been created by Blizzard, and Blizzard has allowed this to happen, and punishing GDKP I think is unfair, but like it's like such a nuanced issue. It's like Blizzard allowed this to happen, and they're ultimately the ones that are at fault, but also everybody that's doing it almost is cheating. So it's like instead of actually banning the cheaters, they're just banning the method so people don't cheat as much. I think that's a really, really bad way to do it. Zara, you made a response video to you about this? Really? I'll watch it. Our response to Asmongold's latest decision. Oh, he's watching mine. This is World of Warcraft in 2024. Don't you think more than 50% of people buy gold? I do. If I had to bet, the amount of people who have had USD received or sent to them that are participating in GDKP, I would say it would be probably more than most of every raid. And I am completely making this up. I have no basis to go off of. I'm just using my common sense.
GDKP will no longer be permitted in Season of Discovery realms.
I'm trying to think, what are the arguments for the L? I just want to learn from the other side. We've already watched what Blizzard's saying.
Cheating and buying gold.
No, they're trying.
So
but they can't
really
ban them
what
all.
Blizzard is doing is they are... I don't think they're trying enough. I really don't. Like whenever you have people that are like fly hacking, like openly fly hacking all the time. I don't think that they're trying. I'll go back to the very end and just kind of like get his final thoughts on it. Avernus in charge of raid leading the GDKPs, and Avernus's English skill was like a 2 or a 3, and so he would be explaining fuck like spin like.
Okay, so it sounds like Asmon has personal. I mean, I guess with all like conclusions that we come to, to some degree we base them on personal experiences. Asmon has a really good personal experience with GDKPs. He's telling
I did. It was great.
Story. Very specific.
I had so much fun, bro. Like, bro, if I could go back and do one more GDKP in 2010, if I could just do one more.
About a Death Knight and his accent and just like the good times he's had in GDKPs. Earlier today, I told a very, very different story about my experience at GDKPs, and that could be one of the reasons I have the I come to the conclusion that GDKPs suck ass. All right, you want to know why I'm more personally affected by this? I've joined a GDKP to buy the Turning Tide on Wrath of the Lich King because I was going for rank 1 Deadly Gladiator, and I wanted that Turning Tide Season 5 Wrath of the Lich King, baby.
It's from Calthazot 25, man.
The raid, we're farming Nax, and the Turning Tide drops.
Haste, crit,
I'm over
mastery.
Here. I farmed out like 30k gold or something.
30,000.
Like a lot of gold. Turning Tide drops. And a known gold buyer who, by the way, was invited into the GDKP
because he was a known gold buyer, because they knew he was going to drop the big money, and because they knew that you were trying to buy Turning Tide, and you know that they knew that you would bid him up to 30,000, and then he would have to use all of the gold that he bought to buy it and then pay everybody else. I know exactly how this worked because I would have done the same thing if I were the raid leader. Absolutely. You always put whales against each other. Every single time. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. 100%.
Run because he's a known shark.
Yes.
Meaning people that run the GDKP want him in the run
right.
because they know he's gonna bid.
I remember we used to, dude, there were people that would pay top dollar. Guys, not dollar, okay? This is a metaphor. I was not doing it for real money. They would pay top gold for like different carries through things. And there were some of them that paid me so much money. I swear to God, this was in Oldawar. I would literally remember like the fucking the mech engineer's chopper, the heirloom. No, the normal one where you could have somebody in the passenger seat. I would have them get in it and I would drive them to each boss. You know, as like a method of like improved service.
Every item that drops overbid it so they make more money. So he joins mid-run because he's a known shark, known gold buyer,
shark
has
VIP,
infinite pockets.
100%.
The Turning Tide drops.
There's one time I fucking sold this guy heroic Alakir, and I told him that if he paid me 20k more, I'd throw in the normal mode Alakir achievement, and he didn't know that you'd get it if you cleared heroic. And he said, okay. I think that might have been the guy that I caught in the passenger seat. I don't remember. In the little sidecar. But yeah, I was doing this shit all the time, man.
And he puts up 100k gold instantly. No one else has anywhere near 100.
He did 100k instantly? Bro. Well, I guess no, they probably told him he had to do that.
100k gold, and I don't get the Turning Tide.
Yeah.
After having more gold than anyone else besides the gold buyer in the group, and it completely ruined my excitement for Wrath of the Lich King raiding. Completely yoinked from a gold buyer. Now, why is this relevant? It's relevant because these gold buyers will always be there. There's no way to get rid of them completely. There is no...
You're right. But is there a way to get rid of them, like, even a little bit? I mean... What about somebody that has 100k? Like, how do you... So, let's think about it like this, right? If you have 100,000 gold, for those of you that are experienced in Wrath of the Lich King, How many of you could investigate his account for 30 seconds and find out that he was buying gold? I know I could.
No way for that situation to not occur besides banning GDKPs from the system. That's just how it goes.
That was the same logic they used to remove Master Loot. They said there are bad instances that can happen with Master Loot. People can take advantage of things. So instead of actually moderating the game and taking accountability for our player base, we are going to just take it out of the game.
Asman has the experience that GDKPs are awesome
I
because
do.
he's had a really good time. Now here's the reality.
Yeah.
If you pull like 100 random people, like if we say in the chat W or L or whatever, it seems like 80 or 90% of people are saying this is a good change. So what does
He's right. He's right. I'm the minority. I think that I'm right, but I know that I'm the minority, and I know that most people don't want this. They don't want GDKP. And that's why I said, like, I personally think this is a huge stupid decision. I explained why. I know I have the unpopular opinion. I don't think I'm wrong about it. And I understand why people like Zaryu and a lot of the people in chat think that this is bad. And I actually even applaud Blizzard for taking the initiative of trying to do it without GDKP in a non-committal way, like one of the leveling seasons in Season of Discovery. I think this is the best way to approach the problem. But yes, I do think that GDKP is totally fine. And I think that any offsetting to the responsibility of players and a reduction in my capacity to play the game based off of Blizzard's inability to enforce their own TOS, I find this offensive. And if they don't even care enough about their own TOS, if they want to punish me for it, why am I playing the game? It's fucking ridiculous. That's what I think.
that then tell me? It seems like probably like 80 to 90%
Yeah.
of people have had a terrible experience in GDKPs, but to some degree feel forced to do them because that's like one of the easiest ways to actually get into a raid and get some loot. So like it's the majority of people have a terrible experience in something. So that's why most people seem to be saying W and disagreeing with Asman, despite I think
I know, yeah. A lot of people are disagreeing with me. Most people think that I'm wrong. Yes.
I think he actually got a decent point. Yeah. A good thing about GDKPs are if you're full bis and still pug raids, you still get some benefit from raiding.
True.
Yeah, no, like I said,
there are undeniable positives about GDKPs. Sure.
GDKP's like #1 fan. When I first heard about them, I'm like, this owns. You can either make gold or get gear. It's a win-win.
Yeah, exactly.
They own.
It's great.
Unless gold selling and gold buying is prevalent.
Right. So
Then
you
it
ban
undermines the entire game.
Right.
So yeah, I'm a massive fan of them if in a perfect world if gold selling didn't exist.
Yeah. I mean, there it is. There'll be far less geared people carrying new players in raids now. Yeah, true. And I think also, like, it's really important for Blizzard to try this to see how it will affect the player base. Because, like, how true is that? Let's find out. That's my mindset. Let's find out. Let's see what happens. So, yeah, no, I totally understand Zaryu's perspective. Absolutely. And there have been a lot of people that have had bad experiences. 100%. Yeah, and that's why people don't like it. And catch more and stricter punishment for buyers and sellers, make it less profitable. Yep, there it is. I agree. I think that Blizzard is not even putting the slightest amount of effort into banning gold sellers and banning gold buyers. I think that they are not even beginning to try. And you know what? I'm just gonna fucking say it. I'm just gonna fucking say it, and everybody knows it, and nobody wants to say it, but I'll fucking say it. Most of the people in OnlyFans were probably buying fucking gold, and none of them got banned. Only Soda got the gold taken away, and nobody else got it taken away, and that shouldn't have fucking happened. The fact that all of those people were openly and brazenly cheating, and it was so fucking obvious, and Blizzard did nothing about it, set an example that Blizzard does not give a fuck about this problem, problem. And I'm sorry, guys. If Blizzard doesn't care about the integrity of the game, neither do I. So you know what? You want to buy gold? Go for it. You want to do GDKPs? I guess you fucking can't, because Blizzard took it away, because it's easier to punish the player than to actually enforce your own rules. Fine. That's the way it is. That's what people want. People want to eat shit. Eat it up. I said the same thing with Master Loot. That's right. That's what I think. All right. That's it. I've said my piece. That's it. All right. You know, I'm not playing WoW a lot anymore. Maybe I'm not the target audience.
What's up, guys? It's your boy Caperfin, your friendly neighborhood priest tank. Today, I'd figure I'd go over everything that priest tanks are getting in Phase 2 based on what we can see on Wowhead's talent calculator. Before I get started, if you're absolutely brand new to priest tanking, I suggest reading up on my priest tank guide for Phase 1 to get familiar with the terms I will be using throughout this video. If you have any questions, I also live stream priest tank gameplay on my stream, link in the description below. There's also a priest tank Discord where we share strats, tricks, and all of that. Anyway, let's get started. So, in Phase 2, most of our points, actually all of our points, are in Shadow. Previously in Phase 1, there were certain situations where we'd consider some points in the Holy Tree, not anymore. Everything is directing us to go into the Shadow Tree. I should mention, I'll be putting a special emphasis on raid priest tanking, not so much dungeon tanking on a priest. It's very feasible to dungeon priest tank. Pretty much your average player can just haphazardly go into dungeons as a priest and tank them. The barrier of entry is very, very low. So I'll be focusing on raid priest tanking because there's a lot to talk about that some people might not consider. It might go over their head, and I'd like to talk about that specifically. Alright, let's get started. In the first tier of the Shadow Tree, we're going to put 5 points in the Blackout. I don't think there's any surprise there. Then we're going to put at least 3 points into Shadow Focus. We still have to wait to see the level of raid bosses in Gnomeregan. We might need to put more points into Shadow Focus. We also have to wait for Gnomeregan gear to see exactly how much spell hit we can get from gear. For now, safe bet, 3 points into Shadow Focus, 2 points into Improved Shadow Word Pain. If it does end up that we need more hit, we would just take off 1 point into Shadow Word Pain and put it into Shadow Focus. But as you guys will see throughout this video, we will have a lot of extra points that we can just dish out. We're very lucky in Phase 2 that we have points we can just put into talents you would not expect. Anyway, so 2 points into Shadow Word Pain, 5 points into Improved Mind Blast, and 4 points into Shadow Weaving. Only 4 points. It is not necessary to go 5 out of 5 Shadow Weaving. We will get the 5 stacks of Shadow Weaving very quickly through the new rune, Mind Spike, which has a fast casting time. It'll basically take about 6 seconds in the worst case scenario to get 5 stacks of Shadow Weaving, and in some situations you might also have a Shadow Priest in the raid that can just get 5 out of 5 Shadow Weaving and just get that just 5 stacks. So there is a potential scenario where you might not even need any points in a Shadow Weaving, but the dual spec switch in Season of Discovery hasn't been announced or implemented in Phase 2, so we'll put 4 points into Shadow Weaving because we can't change our talents in the middle of a raid. The next point is going to go into Shadow Reach, increase the range of our shadow damage. So this means we can pull from a safer distance depending on the mob proximity aggro of a boss. Then we're going to put 1 point into Vampiric Embrace. And this is where I have to be honest. I don't really know if we should put points into Improved Vampiric Embrace. I don't know if Vampiric Embrace deals threat for us. If it does, we would at least put 1 point in Improved Vampiric Embrace. I do not know, so improved right now is contingent on whether or not Vampiric Embrace deals heal threat. But for now, we'll assume best case scenario. We'll put 2 points into improved Vampiric Embrace. We'll go back into Shadow Reach. So now we have 3 points in the Shadow Reach, which enables Darkness. We're going to put 5 points into Darkness. And then that enables Shadow Form, and that is now level 40. So this is the hypothetical best in slot single target talent tree for a raid tank Shadow Priest. That was quite a lengthy phrase there. We still don't know if we should put a point into Mind Flay. Mind Flay is one of those spells that will need to be really tested out thoroughly in each phase, because Mind Flay is very weird in terms of, well, the fact that it's a channel spell, 3 seconds. We might be casting Mind Spike and just Mind Spike instead of Mind Flay. There's a possible scenario where we might be casting Smite instead of Mind Flay, or maybe we might just cast Mind Flay. It's hard to tell at the moment, but either way, it's not the end of the world. If we find out that Mind Flay is really good, then we would just take off 1 point from improved Vampiric Embrace and put it into Mind Flay. If there is a Shadow DPS Priest in the raid, we can just take out all the points from Shadow Weaving, put it into Mind Flay, and that would enable us to go 5 out of 5 Shadow Focus. I think you guys get the idea, right? There's a lot of possible variations, but this right now on screen seems to be the default safe assumption. Now let's take a look at the runes. In the head slot, there seems to be only one rune at the moment, Divine Aegis. Our critical heals create a protective shield on the target. This, if we go this rune, this will demand that we pre-proc this rune before we pull the boss. So we would cast a flash heal, or depending on how much mana you can spare before pulling a boss, we have to kind of iron that out. But as good priest tanks in a raid scenario, we would want to proc this before pulling the boss, so we're going to get that. The second rune doesn't change in phase 2. We go Twisted Faith, which improves the damage dealt by Mind Blast. You will see with the next upcoming runes how much Mind Blast's damage gets increased. Void Plague would be for more AoE-centric fights. But right now, we're going to stick to single target. So we're going to go Twisted Faith. In the wrist, we're going to go either Surge of Light or Despair. Like I said, I still have to iron out whether or not we use Mind Flay or we cast Smite. There is a downtime between the cooldown of Mind Blast and Shadow Word Death that we have to fill it out with a filler spell. I don't know if that filler spell is Mind Flay or Smite. So we either go Despair or Surge of Light. Void Zone would be purely for AoE, dealing with multiple mobs. Surge of Light will be better on short boss fights. Despair will be better on longer boss fights. Despair will be better on fights with a lot of movement, where you cannot stand still. If you can't stand still and you're constantly moving with the raid, Despair is better. If you can stand for a long time, Surge of Light starts to become better. Like I said, I don't know if we cast Mind Flay at all or Smite, so that remains to be seen. The safe bet would be Despair. Despair is not really contingent on something really big. It's just there will be at least one boss in No More Gone that will require you to run around, so I see Despair being good in that. In the hands, we're going to pick up Shadow Word Death. Shadow Word Death is great burst threat. Its damage is increased in phase 2. If you wanted to go more into the AoE side of things, you would go Mind Seer. But like I said, this is single target. Waste. We're going into Mind Spike. This is the rune I was referencing before. So Mind Spike, as you can see from the tooltip on screen right now, increases the critical strike chance of your next Mind Blast from target by 30%. 30%, stacking up to 3 times. This is not additional, it is multiplicative, yes. So it's not 90%, but 45? Yes, something around that. So yeah, we go Mind Spike. Like I said earlier, I don't know if we get Mind Flay or we just continue to cast Mind Spike up until Mind Blast and Shadow of Death is off cooldown. So yeah, legs. We're going Powered Barrier. Powered Barrier allows us to cast spells without getting spell pushback. So this will allow us to cast Mind Blast and Mind Spike without the melee of the boss spell pushbacking our spells. Powered Barrier also reduces the damage we take by 25%. This is both magical and physical damage. This is huge. I do not foresee priest tanks having mana issues in phase 2. There are a lot of gear. There's a lot of gear that drops in Nomergon that addresses mana issues. Yeah, I would never suggest going Shadow Fiend. Powered Barrier is just too good to pass up. Next, in the feet. The feet. This is the one I like. So we would go Dispersion, which reduces all damage we take by 90%. This is both magical and physical. What's interesting about Dispersion is that you can use certain items that will still deal damage even when you're unable to cast spells while in Dispersion. I think some of you guys know what I'm referring to. I'm referring to Oil of Immolation. Oil of Immolation will continue to deal damage even when you're dispersed. The optimal rotation surrounding Dispersion would be try to make sure before you use Dispersion, you use your cooldown abilities. So you use your Shadow or Death, you use your Mind Blast, and then when those goes on cooldown, then you go into Dispersion. So by the time you come out of Dispersion, Mind Blast and Shadow or Death are ready for you. Also, when you're dispersed, your mana is regenerating, so this is also a threat. We are not going Pain Suppression. It would actually be very good to have a Healing Priest in the raid that goes Pain Suppression. As far as I can tell, I don't see why would a Healing Priest go Spirit of the Redeemer. Spirit of the Redeemer seems to be a very week 1 figuring out the boss fight type Healing Priest rune. I don't foresee any Healing Priest going this rune past week 2 or week 3. Any half decent Healing Priest will have a proper managing of their mana. Boss fights will also be shorter, so they're casting less spells, so they have more mana. So the end rune for a good Healing Priest when they figure out a fight is Pain Suppression. Like I said, I don't think they'll even benefit from the mana from Dispersion. So most Healing Priests will be going Pain Suppression, which is one of the reasons we at least want 1 Healing Priest in the raid, preferably 2. That would be really good if you can get 2 Healing Priests in a raid comp, but even just 1 with Pain Suppression is massive. You'll notice Pain Suppression reduces the damage, all damage taken by a friendly target by 40%. Reminiscent of Powered Barrier. So there's a lot of new runes that just reduce overall damage taken. Our mitigation in phase 2 as priest tanks just absolutely skyrockets. I calculated this before making this video. We can go about 36 seconds with just damage reduction if we stagger some of these runes, both from a healing priest and us. It's quite astonishing how long we can go reducing all the damage we take. But yeah, let's get on topic here. So yeah, we go Dispersion. And that's basically it. These are your runes: Divine Aegis, Twisted Faith. Despair is situational. I still have to math out whether to go Surge of Light or Despair. We don't have any talents that cater towards Smite. Most of our all of our talents are in Shadow, which increases Shadow damage, so this doesn't really help Smite. So I'm leaning more towards Despair. We still have to wait to see how much spell damage gear we can get. Maybe Void Zone? I highly doubt that. I would see more perhaps Despair. Yeah, so Despair, Shadow or Death. We would never go anything else. Mind Spike, increases the damage of Mind Blast. power barrier, allows us to cast spells without getting spell pushback. I don't see us having mana issues, so I don't think we'll need Shadow Fiend, especially not with Dispersion, which grants us mana. And that's about it. Well, that's it for me. Thanks for watching. I'll be releasing a Priest Tank Phase 2 guide in the next few weeks on my YouTube channel, so be sure to subscribe to be notified the moment it goes live. Join the Priest Tank Discord. A lot of what I said today is talked about in there. If you have questions about Priest Tanking, you can find me on my Priest Tank livestream. Link in the description below. Anyway, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you guys next time.
Quite a few items got updated in the data mines or the PTR for Season of Discovery Phase 2, and today we're just gonna briefly go over them. It's a lot of really exciting stuff. Some old world items and some new things, like the Toxic Revenger. This was a blue dagger in the original data mine, but it is now actually an epic dagger. So rogues, rejoice, you will have an epic dagger, although it has a proc that will be really, really annoying for you in PvP. One other thing, we definitely see actually a ton of adjustments or a ton of things like gear sets that are increasing your melee speed. We can definitely expect that to be a huge change. Melee are getting crazy haste. The Spark of Inspiration, the actual world buff, got changed. It got nerfed from 20% melee and attack speed to 10%. At least that's what we're seeing right now. We're not sure exactly how it will be when it goes live. Also, they did remove the movement speed buff on it, at least again for now. But there's a ton of things like the trinket giving you 5% haste, the helmet giving you 20% melee speed, the buff giving you 20 or 10%, flurry giving you 30% on some classes. If you're a two-handed warrior, you get another 20%, and the domesticated battle chicken that has a proc currently that looks like it is for 100% increased melee attack speed. Now, I think that's going to change. I definitely think that will be massively changed, but there's a ton of other items that were changed. So I'm going to try to go over all of those as well. I do want to correct myself for saying that I thought that this bow from the PvP event in Stranglethorn Vale, I thought that this was atrocious for hunters because it's 1.8 speed, but that's because it's purely for melee hunters. It has an equip proc, not a chance on hit proc. So an equip proc, which means that all of your attacks have a chance to give you 50 strength for 15 seconds. Okay, let's look at some of the changes now. All right, first of all, we did see changes to the epic items, some of them. The Thermoplug's Rocket Cleaver, this two-handed axe, was sitting at a 2.7 attack speed. That has been adjusted now to 3.3. It doesn't make it amazing, but 2.7 for a two-handed weapon is actually pretty atrocious. It's really, really bad. Nobody was going to want it. Now it is pretty solid, although it's not the best. You probably are still going to be using your PvP weapon for a lot of classes, even though it is less DPS overall. The top end is really nice here. Actually, the top end is exactly the same, so I'm not sure. We'll see what happens with the Sims and everything as that all comes out. Also, the power, can you see that perfectly? The power assisted lifting belt. This belt was just +5 to all of these two-handed weapons and no other stats. Now it is 15 stamina, 14 strength, and +3 to two-handed weapons, which is great because you didn't need that much extra like expertise or skill with your weapons for two-handers. So this is actually phenomenal. It is male as well, which means you can also use this as a hunter if you wanted, but two-handed shamans that are just walking around. If I show you the two-handed shaman with the just beautiful Chad weapon, right? And I will have gear sets, theory crafting gear sets coming out soon, as well as Sims should be out very soon about a lot of the sets. Now on top of that, I believe the only other change was Toxic Revenger right now. Oh, sorry, Ultrasonic Vibro Blade. This is something that was gonna be the offhand. It was 1.6 speed and now it is 2.3 speed, meaning it'll probably be used now for dual wield shamans, I guess. I'm not exactly sure who loves this, to be honest. I'm not 100% sure, but it does puncture the target, reducing their armor by 160. Maybe you'll have tanks use it while your actual melee DPS pick up the fist weapon, Megatorque's Arcano Shredder, which is absolutely amazing. We still see the 1.7 speed on the Electrocutioner's Needle. Another thing that's coming out that is really exciting is the Greater Insignia of the Alliance. So PvP trinkets that are actually fully PvP trinkets. Now there's a ton more CC in the game, there's a ton more abilities in the game, and PvP is a little bit, it's not the most balanced. Let's just call it what it is. At least we are getting actual PvP trinkets that remove movement impairing effects, as well as stuns and loss of control effects. Right now in classic World of Warcraft, every class has their own individual PvP trinkets. Basically what this means is that every individual class has to choose or can only get out of a few things. Like you can get out of Disorients, or you can get out of Sheeps. So now you can get out of everything, especially having everything like stuns and sheeps and everything is really nice. As for the rest of the gear that we saw, the changes are coming out to old world gear. So some of the old dungeons are actually having some changes to the gear. I would anticipate that also means some quest items will have changes to gear, but specifically things like, if you look at this, the illusionary rod from Scarlet Monastery used to just give you stamina, intellect, and spirit. Now it gives you 12 spell damage, and this is kind of the trend. The major trend is for casters to get a lot better gear, so casters are on the up and up for sure. We have the Ghost Shard Talisman. These are all from Scarlet Monastery, sorry. From the Graveyard, the necklace from Graveyard now also gives you +5 spell damage. The wand from Graveyard gives you +7 spell damage. All of these things are going to change like your pre-bis list and potentially even some bis lists. The Embalmed Shroud, the helm, the cloth helm now also gives you 8 spell damage. You do lose the actual stamina on it, but you get actual spell damage. And why am I saying the word actual all the time? Who knows? The Mantle of Doen, this is from the library. This now gives you +10 to fire skills or fire spells. The Robes of Dawn, I don't know. The Robes of Dawn now give you spell power and just spell power and stamina. Mograin's Might, that two-handed mace that actually looks awesome, right? Mograin's Might is like one of the coolest looking weapons in the game. Now it is actually way better for paladins, I guess this would be, and also two-handed shamans, but it's 3.2 speed. But so it had its speed reduced from 2.8 to 3.2, which makes it better for a higher top end. And you also have 17 strength on it now and 19 spell damage. There's a necklace here that will also give you more spell damage, more than the necklace from Graveyard, of course. And the helmet, again, another helmet, White Man's Chapeau, that now gives you 20 spell damage, which is actually a ridiculously large amount. Some of these items are phenomenally good, so you're gonna definitely want to get all of your gear from Scarlet Monastery until you get the gear from the new raid. If you don't have like, I'm not 100% sure if these are better than some of the caster bis right now, but like they might be, honestly. Uldaman had some changes as well. There's a lot of items in Uldaman that give random enchantments, like Revlosh's gloves. You would try to get Revlosh's gloves of shadow power. Well, now they will always give you stamina and intellect. These shoulders will give you agility and stamina, which is actually really, really nice. Although this would be crazy if this was agility and strength. That would be like super pre-bis. Revlosh's arm guards giving you 9 agility, 8 intellect. RIP hunters and enhanced shamans, like everything we have gives us strength, agility, intellect, spirit, and stamina. It's like the most spread out things of all time. And the plate boots will give you strength and stamina. I did skip by the leggings, which are now giving you 18 spell power or spell damage and healing on the Stoneweaver's leggings. If we move into RFD, Razorfen Downs, then the robes of the Lich, which is a pretty cool item already. 20 stamina and 10 intellect actually went to 20 intellect and 12 spell damage. That is super powerful. This cloak, the Silky Spider's cape, went to 11 stamina and 6 spell damage. Again, these things are like incredibly good. The adjustments to gear is phenomenal. So you're gonna be wanting to run these 5-man dungeons, and on top of that, we do know that you will get the books, the class quality of life books in these dungeons. We have a belt that gives now 7 spell damage, 15 intellect instead of 15 intellect, 6 stam. We have an offhand that now also gives you 6 spell damage and 11 spirit, and a second offhand that is just for healing that is giving you 11 spirit and 11 spell or 11 healing. That is the glowing eye of Mordresh. We also have the last item in the actual dungeons that's changed. That is the Death Chill armor. The male armor now gives you increased to your spell damage by 11. It gives you 20 intellect, 3 stamina, which is hilarious, and way more spell damage. So pretty much everything that is a caster item in the next phase will also give spell damage. It's something that you didn't really see very often until very, very, very much higher levels. And you used to like try to min max by going for pure of shadow damage gear or of fire damage. Now that's been alleviated massively. Same thing is happening with profession items, and we'll see this across all different types of professions. But for blacksmithing, we will see everything starting to now have strength and spell damage instead of strength and spirit. The golden scale gear will all be strength and spell damage. And the Moonsteel sword, the Moonsteel broadsword, will now also be stamina and spell damage. This is a 2-hander with 26 spell damage. Now we have wands that are getting better. Greater Mystic Wand now also gives you 5 spell damage from enchanting. That's phenomenal. Leatherworking, similar thing. The Guardian set is going from intellect and spirit to intellect and spell damage. Or sorry, spirit and spell damage. So that whole thing, that'll be a belt, some bracers, legs, the turtle scale breastplate. So the turtle scale set is also going to a similar situation. Now it is stamina, intellect, and spell damage instead of having spirit on there as well. So we're seeing a lot of adjustments there. Tailoring, you guessed it. Big Voodoo Mask now has 11 spell damage. Big Voodoo Robe, 11 spell damage. Black Mage Weave Leggings, 9 spell damage. So it's either intellect or spirit and spell damage. None of these look to be exactly just healing. It's all actually spell power, which is very good. Some things are more specific. The Crimson Silk Robe is giving you fire damage, and the Crimson Silk Shoulders, though, are just broad spell power. So that's the only one I think that is very specific. Yeah, it is. That's the only one that's super specific. But even just from these like BOE crafted items, you're seeing some ridiculous buffs, mainly again for casters. But casters are going to be very, very happy to see all of the new items next phase. You're going to have crazy amounts of spell damage. There's a ton of gear you can get outside of the raid to be massively pre-bis, which that means that new pre-bis lists will start being worked on very soon. I would be cautious of any that come out just yet. I think there's going to be more things that get changed before the release comes out. So like if you see one, there's going to be like an updated one, and then like another updated one, and then like another updated one. Just be cautious of everything you see. Not all of this is definitely going in the game. This could also be things that we don't know about yet. So it just looks like a trend to see a lot more spell damage, and I'm really, really excited for phase 2, guys. I hope you are too. I'll try to keep you updated on all the news and everything changing as soon as it comes out. With that, I'll see you all on the next one, and thanks for watching.
This is the Uber Danger episode 3 in the Swak Victus journey. Let's see, guys.
Last time, our hero sold a gnome an axe after making him dance naked, had a 4 a.m. twerk party in the Dead Mines dungeon, attained 2 pieces of blue gear, and got slaughtered by the Horde countless times. Continuing the adventure, I traveled to Lakeshire and contracted scoliosis after drinking an indigenous brew of psychoactive alkaloids. Swak Victus would come to find that when you're under a 10-minute scoliosis debuff, there's nothing you can do but just wait it out and let nature run its course. By the way, due to my own scoliosis, I get to make as many jokes as I want. I wish I was straight, but God made me this way. Y'all ever had so much gangster lean you'd need surgery to get rid of it? Pause for laughter. This is where you laugh. I'm trying to remember a joke someone told me about a week back, but I can't get it straight. Honestly, as a person with scoliosis, I don't think I'm that different. I'm like a normal guy, but with a twist. I then tried fishing with these 2 kids, only to realize that the dwarven fishing pole I had was actually a gun. The downside was that Roger and Jemin would have to fish on their own. The silver lining was that I now had a fucking gat. After doing parkour for 15 minutes to get on top of this building, by the way, I live a very fulfilling life, I found a group to take down one bad hombre of an elite mob, Gathilzog. This was the first time I would use corpse running as a legitimate strategy. You run up to his castle and die. Then you zoom right past the ridiculous number of elite mobs that occupy the castle and go straight to the throne room, where—
Did you really make your entire group die instead of just clearing them normally?
What? You all resurrect at the same time. That is if I had actually paid any attention to the instructions. Now, optimally, this is where we'd all res, take out the 2 regular elite mobs, regenerate all our health, and take out Gathilnog. But need I remind you that WoW Classic is a fuckers game. Half our party wipes just fighting the first 2 dudes, and it was whilst awaiting their return that I noticed Blizzard had changed our guild name. Not a good look. Anyways, we all ready up for the fight. They give me the green light to get this show on the road. I charge in, forget to pop my healing potion, and pretty much get murked immediately. Without a tank, everyone dies and half the party leaves. Luckily, it is a pretty popular quest, so we quickly got replacements. Although—
How is it every single time I watch him play the game, his gear is always broken? Always.
We did have to wait for them to go through the process of corpse walking. This time around, we hit it like it's Y2K. I threw the mobs, completely ruining the fight for everyone. I was then banished from playing the game for like 15 seconds. It's a reoccurring theme in WoW to be CC'd for over 10 seconds, and in retrospect, this actually saved me from dying. In my opinion, Gathilzog is a bit of a boss man G when you really get down to brass tacks. Not a good day to be our mage though. I managed to loot Gathilzog's head moments before dying and say sayonara, it's been my utmost pleasure, and I'm moving on to the next quest, losers.
Oh! I like this. Point of no return. This series has been really good so far. I hate this game. I fucking hate this game.
And in light of recent demonetizations, you will not be seeing any more naked gnomes on this channel. It's entirely my fault for thinking YouTube could handle—
How can you get demonetized for that?
such graphic content. I have come up with a new motto to show that I truly have changed. I say, Azeroth for all. So let's just all have a good friendly time here. Let's just have some fun. See, that's what I love about the classic community. It's just a community, and it's just— And if I recall correctly, I then went into the Stockades dungeon and wiped immediately. Then I involuntarily left the party. In a moment of despair, I actually considered buying a new WoW GF, but saner minds prevailed. Then I leveled to the appropriate level, got a bit of gear. You know, you need a little bit of gear in World of Warcraft. And then I tried the Stockades dungeon for real this time. We make it to the final boss,
He's actually blurring out the guild. Why? What's the purpose for that?
where I tactically decide to fear the mobs, completely ruining the fight for everyone. The feared mobs then go on to aggro every remaining enemy in the dungeon.
Oof.
We almost immediately wipe and have to run all the way back, and our healer really wasn't on point for this one, I have to say. But with World of Warcraft, you never know what to expect. You never know if you're gonna fuck everything up, or if the servers are gonna disconnect, or maybe it's, what's the mix-up? Reversal, and the boss actually fears you into all the other mobs, aggroing them, making your party wipe, having to walk all the way back.
That's a classic.
This is my real laughter. Dead Mines is engaging and really well designed, whereas the Stockades is boring and shit, which is exactly
It's just not a fun dungeon.
why I did it twice.
Why?
I hadn't picked the quest chain that leads to the Seal of Rin, a ring I really wanted. I wish someone had told me that I didn't have to do the dungeon for a second time, but I suppose it's a learning experience. Now you might recall the gnome who I made. Well, he messaged me out of the blue with an item upgrade. That's actually happy vibes and good karma. He requested we do Stockades before handing it over. After painstakingly going through Stockades for the 3rd time, he informs me that it's his weapon and he'd never give it to me. Now there are many things I
just
wish to
wanted to
call
show
this gnome,
off.
all of which would leave me restricted by my technocratic overlords, so I'm just gonna tell you what happened next. I found the answer to the question: what would happen if you fell off a boat right before the zone that loads into the Eastern Kingdoms?
Oh no.
Well, you'd have a very long time to think about the consequences
God.
of your actions.
Oh no.
Then I killed some cows.
Bro, he's literally building up bad karma. That's why all these things are happening to him. What the fuck?
And I found out the hard way you're not supposed to walk anywhere near the Terran Mill Death Guards. Then I took my frustrations out on this poor hunter who was just looking to level in peace. Grew tired of WoW PvP when I was quickly reminded that mages can just freeze you and blink away.
So dumb. Yeah.
Found the Stonehenge and decided to check my mailbox. I was kinda hoping you guys had sent me a bunch of gold so I could skank through this game like a primal fucking animal. Yet all
Hey dude, he's becoming a true WoW content creator, isn't he?
I got was 69 copper, a glass of milk, and a note telling me to stick my hand inside. And just when you think you've seen it all, you realize World of Warcraft has so much more to offer. We tried to kill Balgaraz the Foul and died 5 times in a row. At which point I decided that all the events that had just transpired simply wasn't gonna cut it. I would have to redeem the current state of affairs by entering yet another dungeon. I returned
for the
to
depths.
Ashenvale, the southeast London of Azeroth, and subjected myself to a ghastly experience. I believe that entering Black Fathom Deeps when the hour's about to ding midnight is about as close as you can get to simulating the conditions in a black hole. You start by finding a group of moderately intelligent humans with
wrong could this
nothing
go?
better to do on a Tuesday night. On your way through Ashenvale and Zaram Strand, you may encounter harsh adversity, which you must overcome. Jump down this water temple and swim into these narrow underground tunnels. Now,
And then you do the lockout skip. Yep, you do the lockout skip. That's what you do here. Also, I wanted to mention this because it's been annoying me the entire video so far. He still hasn't changed out his one key binding to his new weapon. Okay, it's one thing that he has his weapon on his first key binding, but he didn't even bother changing it out to his new Smite Smitey Hammer. Like, it's literally been bothering me this entire time, and I told myself I wouldn't mention it.
mind you, we're
God
still
damn
in
it.
contested territory, so you may run into a sizable group of Horde players.
Yeah.
Naturally, I did the only responsible thing and immediately ambushed them. Naturally, I did the only responsible thing and immediately ambushed them. Naturally,
Didn't we just
I
say
did
that?
the only responsible. Naturally,
Okay, I
I
thought I
did
was-
the only responsible thing and immediately ambushed
the
them. Sorry, you know, times are tough. Had to
What's going
outsource all my editing to a guy in Bangladesh.
Oh.
So if any of it seems poorly cut together, if any of it's immediately ambushed them. Bangladesh. Times are tough. It was
Times
rather
are tough.
unfortunate that they were 2 groups. They killed us, camped our corpses for 10 minutes, and then eventually moved on. We got absolutely cooked, having to move a safe distance behind them at a snail's pace, missing out on all the XP and items. After going through the death tunnels, we entered Black Fathom Depths.
Ooh,
Little
underrated.
did we know, we had a long night ahead of us.
Dude,
This is how you can tell I was less of a Super Mario 64 person and more of a Diddy Kong Racing person. Boom. Now there's two quests for this dungeon that rely on RNG, and I'll have you know I completed neither. Drop rates in WoW Classic are notorious
small
for
he
being
is now.
unreasonably low and very inconsistent, or as the community would put it, incredibly rewarding. BFD is definitely a much cooler,
hold
as
on.
the community
I wanna see
would
that
put
picture
it,
real fast.
incredible.
Welfare, Epics, Dying Guilds, Titan Forging, Benefit, Roulette, Warfronts, 4 difficulties, Azerite, Transmog. Challenge, adventures with new and old friends, meaningful progression, challenge, healthy in-game economy. Let's keep watching.
Rewarding. BFD is definitely a much cooler dungeon than Stockades. You got a variety of different enemies, and it's set in this underwater cavern where you have to clear out sea witches before swimming through underwater tunnels. You get vibrant neon-esque green and purple colors saturated to the gills. The item drops are actually worthwhile, and I'd put this on par with Dead Mines. It's just really well made. Other than fighting a few murlocs and sea threshers in Darkshore, this is the first time I really got my feet wet with underwater combat, and we were fucking killing it. I was beginning to think that this was going to be a pretty clean run without any hiccups. That is until we reached the Temple of the Old Gods, or rather the entrance to the temple. This was the very moment where the extent of our ability to operate as a unit was revealed. We weren't very good. Zippin, bad effort, and yours truly tried fighting the mobs up on this sidewalk, until Dazar said, "Come down, quick," at which point, 1 minute later, I immediately jumped down whilst the others stayed up top. As I tried to save Dazar, Frothgar aggroes all the mobs and take them up to where I just jumped down from. Bad effort, our healer, lives up to his name and proceeds to flee the fight with full health. We then
How did he find these players?
and got sandwiched in the worst way possible and all died. Then it dawned on me that you have to walk all the way from the entrance to Ashenvale through Zorem Strand, over to the temple, through the underwater caverns, to then enter BFD, and walk all the way through the dungeon every time you wipe. Something I would describe as a tedious process. So one could only hope that we weren't gonna die anymore. We made our way through the mobs that had previously brought us trouble, rolled for a chest, I didn't get it, and then jumped in the water to kill the old Sarakis. Once we slay the beast, I need for a cape that I have no use for, and get promptly disconnected from the Blizzard multiplayer experience. When I log back in, I can see I won the cape. It's got pretty much the same stats as my current one, but it's green.
Did he get Sentry
Now that I really get a good look at it, I think I prefer the old one. Now, Dazar was a war-hardened WoW veteran.
He didn't even highlight anywhere that he got Sentry Cloak. This is literally the best in slot, the 19 Twin Cloak. I guess he didn't know that it was that good, but...
He knew this dungeon in and out, so the smart thing to do would be to just listen to his instructions as he knew his shit. He informs us to just pull 1 or 2 mobs at a time and fight them outside the temple. We do it and clear out all the smaller mobs. So far, so good. Now he'd been preparing us for the boss fight. He told us for the last hour, over and over again, that once we kill the boss, we just shouldn't click anything. Something we've all agreed to on multiple occasions. Now, before killing the boss, he reminds us one last time,
do it while they fight
please
him?
don't touch anything. There's these 4 shrines, and it's vital that you guys don't activate any of them. Let me handle this part. I'm like, geez, does he think we're stupid or something? But as it turns out, this man just had a comprehensive understanding of the spectrum of intelligence you may encounter in this game. Allow me to walk you through our effective communications right after we kill the boss. I need 1 more pendant. Okay, so we don't touch anything. Well, still good pants for you. Menacingly walking towards the 4 shrines in silence. Fuck's sake, no one move. What now? Need 1 more pendant. Don't click anything. Need 1 pendant. Already? I need 2. I need 2. Don't click anything. Starts activating all 4 altars at once. Stop! What the fuck did I say? Look ahead.
Dude,
oh, we can't just press them? Oh, wipe. Ready?
Oh!
Now, we could have fought one horde of mobs at a time, but due to Hrothgar's mutiny, we were now facing 4.
Oh,
Needless to say,
no.
they wiped the floor with us, and we had to walk the damn pilgrimage yet again.
That's a
After
classic.
calling Hrothgar a donkey and a daydreamer, Bad Effort informs us that he had to go due to urgent matters in real life. At 1 a.m., we didn't really believe him, so we told him to suck it up and smoke through it. In the words of the donkey daydreamer himself, "Ah well, I can admit when I screwed up. I'm sorry there."
Oh!
That's what I love about Classic.
Yeah.
It's just a community. I'm gonna post this interaction to the WoW Classic subreddit.
When we then make it to the temple, we face the unforeseen consequences of Hrothgar's actions.
Yeah.
Every elite mob we summoned are clumped up in the same spot, making it impossible for us to fight them one at a time. We have to kill them if we want to make it to the final boss. One guy has to fucking go, so I make the executive decision to pull all the mobs,
Okay.
somehow, and I really don't know how.
He's not
We
attacking.
perfectly executed optimal teamwork.
No,
we
you
all
did-
focus the right mobs
You
in
just-
the right order. Keep the aggro perfectly split between the 2 tanks, and we kill every single mob without
Hey,
anyone
easy.
dying.
Okay, just that
Which
easy.
opens the door to the ancient gods. As the final foe, Akamai, stands before us, I do what I do best. With a spring in my step, a glint in my eye, and a fire in my belly, I ruin everything because I'm not very talented. Zippin was tanking, everything was going smooth until our healer ran out of mana. Zippin's health started falling dangerously low. Akamai blocks my mocking blow, so he keeps attacking Zippin. I don't taunt the boss because I don't use defensive stance, and I
Okay.
forgot that I even had challenging shout.
Fair.
I don't think much of it. I mean, we've pretty much killed him already.
Yeah.
Then Akamai enrages and starts quickly chunking Zippin's health. As I ponder which
So weird
ability
seeing
to
the boss like
use,
this.
I remember that I have challenging shout. Unfortunately, I opt to click on demoralizing shout, proving that I really don't know what the fuck I'm doing in this game. Within a 15-second
I don't
time
have
frame,
aggro spells up
Zippin
yet.
dies. I die. Our healer dies.
No.
And finally Dazar fell too,
They
leaving everything up to Hrothgar, the man with a lukewarm IQ.
They... No, they're not gonna wipe. There's no way. Oh, he's got it. He's got it. Come on. He's got it. Hrothgar, come on, dude. You got it.
On his last
Hey.
attack, he actually manages to fucking do it, only
Let's
to be
go.
taken down by one of the smaller mobs seconds later.
Oh.
His last words, "Damn you, turtle."
You turtle.
Akamai drops a belt that none of us can really use and we
Ew.
leave the party. But you won't believe what heretical thing happened next. Week. On Swagwick, this bizarre adventure.
Dude, these are good, man. I like these. To be continued, maybe. Dude, this episode was good. Damn. God, really good, man. I still can't believe I've never watched these. Like it's crazy. They're very, very, very nice, man. These episodes, I do like them a lot.
I love The Office. That really shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone by this point. I mean, this is the show I've probably talked about most on the channel and is the reason anyone even started watching any of my stuff. And of course, one of the biggest reasons the show was as great and as popular as it was because of the beating heart of the series, Michael Scott. I've seen an absolute ton of lists and videos and everything talking about how Michael Scott was actually the best boss to ever exist. And to be honest, if there's an actual contest for the best boss in the world, the regional manager for the Scranton branch of Dunder Mifflin is probably going to be near the bottom. So what I want to do today is to explore the complexity of Michael Scott that often goes untackled when the office hits you with these larger-than-life comedic bits, which is of course not a problem. The Office is primarily a comedic show that doesn't have any incentive to redeem characters in the face of moralistic grounds or social values or anything like that. And this can become a problem when people like you and me don't always just want to watch a show. We like taking deep dives into character analysis and sort of humanizing them using all these small tidbits that are either laughed off or not given any inherent value. Because, at least early on, the writers actually end up making Michael a comedic, sympathetic villain who demands a more critical evaluation. Let me be very clear though, the sympathetic aspect of Michael's character isn't about his rampant, insensitive issues that have little or no moral ground to stand on. My point is that there's a lot that we miss about the character because of his perpetual need to entertain the audience. So yeah, as the cool kids say, I'm trying to be meta here to break down the narrative that is Michael Scott. I'm not trying to be like the OG hate the sin, love the sinner guy either. That would be a super binary trajectory to take because I don't want you to really absolve Michael of some of his sins. But I do believe that there's more to this character than meets the eye. Because a lot of people don't seem to fully understand Michael Scott. Why Michael has abandonment issues. One instance that really stood out to me was Season 2, Episode 7, The Client. We see the staff making fun of Michael for getting his jeans dry cleaned, which is weird because who does that? I mean, is it the best way to keep your jeans in absolute tip-top condition? Yes. Is it way more economic to just use your boring washer and dryer? Also yes. Did I personally work for a denim company for a few years? That's unrelated, you don't need to know what I do outside of YouTube. Let's keep the video moving. Pam remarks that Michael loves flaunting off his jeans so much that he started the tradition of casual.
Yes, I have. What I was predicting, I don't know if you were the one that was asking me these questions, is like what I was like, had a wish list for like phase 2. I was like, Maelstrom weapon procs, something to make two-hander kind of decently good. I know there's going to be a rune, but we don't know what it is. But all the haste things that shamans get, I'm almost thinking of rolling like a troll. So like I have like a really slow weapon, but then I'm like, I don't know, like that like I was counting all the items and like world buffs and everything, all the haste buffs that you can get. And I guess they took the haste down from 20% to 10%, so they heard people talking about it, and yeah, I might try that two-hander shaman tank, maybe. So you got your third kid now? I think that's the last thing you mentioned. I saw you in chat. I think it's with a Z, right? That's my... Yeah. Mail this to our boy so I can get my alt dual wield rune so I can actually like pump on him and not just my main shaman. I have him parked at Ratchet, so yeah, because I still have the drum buff on him, but I think I can get the drum buff on my main here. Alright, we start the timer in like 1 hour. I'll log on to the alt shaman, turn in all the stuff for the quest, then I gotta head here, and then I'll set my Hearthstone to Ratchet so I can get right back there to pick up that, which calls it, the rune. Four days old now, so tiny, only 40 centimeters tall and 2.4 kilograms. What'd you name her?
Friday, so that he can just show up in his denim and have a blast. But the entire joke of the scene takes away from an important story that Michael tells us about his quote-unquote brother, who was in actuality an exchange student that lived with his family for a time. You know Michael, he'd walk into purgatory if it meant he'd get to please everyone around him. We'll unpack this idea later in the video as well, but we know Michael went above and beyond to please his brother. But when the exchange student returned home, he stole all of Michael's jeans, leaving him only with shorts in harsh winters. And from what we know, the Dunder Mifflin boss wasn't very well off growing up. Plus, imagine walking up to your mom and her stuck-up boyfriend to tell them that you got scammed into losing your jeans. And I get it, visuals like these have the potential for comedic value, but in the pursuit of a laugh, we often take away from the character. I know the most common response to this line of thinking is, oops, it's not that deep, bro, and yeah, for the most part, I agree. But if you see Michael Scott in terms of the narrative operating in an at times iffy writing room, you'd see that there's much more to him than the 30-second talking heads that we get from time to time in the show. Michael's infatuation with his jeans is an extension of the betrayal he felt because of his so-called brother. I would typically role this as a lesson learned.
What the hell is this guy
Until
talking
I realized
about
that the
pants?
character has
What
a
the hell?
history of being abandoned by his friends. For most of his childhood and teenage years, Michael didn't have many friends. In the episode Bring Your Daughter to Work Day, we get to see Michael trying to impress his employees' children with a clip from when he was in a children's TV show, Fundle Bundle. A very young Michael had appeared in the show, but he hardly got to live his star moment because of an embarrassing confession he made about having 100 kids who would have no choice but to be his friends. And this is a moment so cringe that people in the Office community still talk about it years later. For Kid Michael, the only antidote to fill this void in his life was to have his own kids who would ideally not abandon him. And with 100 kids, at least some of them are likely to stick around. It's just a numbers game at some point.
Dude.
There are many moments that have this kind
Also,
of underlying
congrats.
meaning during Michael's time in the show, even if the end game is for comedic value. For instance, Michael Scott was a kid who was best friends with his grandmother.
I don't
This is
know if I
certainly
should be
one
doing
way to
BFP
tackle
here, I
the
wanna
loser
save the
no one
lockout
asked him
or
to
something like
prom
that. I
stereotype.
forget what day,
Then there are other
phase 2 is
instances that
coming
you
in.
might not have paid heed
Must be
to,
like,
but they hold a
spanning
lot
a
of
little bit
relevance
of,
within our
SFK
context.
first,
There's an
I guess.
entire scene
I
about
think that's
Michael
what I
being
do.
very close to the lunch
And then
lady in
go
his
to,
school. We've all seen this in
GY.
movies. The lonely kid in school who would have lunch on the bleachers alone or would develop a parasocial relationship with the only adult who gave them an ounce of attention. We all know that Michael wasn't very fond of therapy. Back in the day, no one really was. So all of the issues pertaining to being lonely and feeling abandoned stuck to Michael Scott, the kid who was once friends with the lunch lady and went on to become the regional manager for Dunder Mifflin Scranton. And while this does a lot to explain why he wants to appease everyone around him, let's take a quick detour here. His issues with authority. I'm going on a slightly different tangent here, but his experiences in school also sort of explain why he has issues with being told what to do. Because in the humble defense of Michael Scott, authority was never very kind to him. Every time there was an adult he had to look up to, they ended up sidelining him or just ridiculing him. His mom's new husband, Jeff, is the obvious villain here, but I'm also referring to his teachers. None of the PE staff at Michael's school were able to place him on a team. In a self-admitted confession, he wasn't good enough at any of the competitive sports. And the crux of this issue is revealed in the Season 4 episode Dunder Mifflin Infinity. The standout portion of the episode is obviously Michael's gift baskets out of spite for Ryan approach to get his clients back. But his real enemy, it turns out, is being told what he can do and what he can't do. In that episode, Michael's talking head is just laughed off. But let's not forget something critically important. As a child, he was forced to repeat first grade for several years before he was allowed to attend second grade. He was significantly older than the other kids in his class, which would have become a severe problem during his transformative high school years. So the lore about Michael's very lonely childhood keeps getting stronger. And this eventually ties back to his position as the boss who overdoes the part of attempting to create a genuine connection with his employees. He's obviously desperate for approval, but above all else, he just wants to blend in, to keep the guise of a work family alive. I mean, who hasn't heard the whole, our company is more of a family deal when applying for a job? Also, 95% of the time if you hear that run, it's usually an excuse to get you to not ask for more money. For all of his faults and shortcomings, Michael does really genuinely care for his work family. Also, I get why so many of the office workers would be absolutely over Michael trying to be all of their collective best friend. Look, the way the current super alienating and emotionally exhausting corporate sector works, of course you're not going to appreciate your boss meddling in your personal life. Yet Michael Scott becomes one of the finest characters on the show because he sees his employees as more than just people selling paper. He's supportive of Jim's love for Pam. In fact, he's the first person Jim is truthful with about his feelings for Pam. He goes above and beyond to find job security for his employees after the Michael Scott Paper Company debacle, rather than getting some short-sighted satisfaction in the form of a buyout. And he even shows up to Pam's horrendous art show and is genuinely supportive and proud of her. We end up seeing him as this generally offensive and somewhat overbearing dude who has these moments here and there. And it's these small moments that begin to endear us to the character who, at least in the first season, was such a hard character to like. So I do appreciate Michael finding these soft moments in the show that we get to appreciate, albeit at the cost of never understanding his shortcomings. Goodbye, Toby. More importantly, and this might sound kind of outrageous as of now, I also see Michael's issue with authority translating into his very one-sided rivalry with Toby. We can't possibly talk extensively about Michael's deep-seated issues without talking about Toby, at least in passing. It's pretty clear that the Dunder Mifflin boss hates the HR representative. A popular theory about this is that since Toby works for corporate, he's kind of a big hurdle for Michael to work around to keep his super fun workplace. Michael doesn't like rules and Toby wants to enforce them. And the worst part, he can't be fired either. In many ways, the very bland HR rep reminds Michael of his former boss, Ed Truck. In his own words,
Ed Truck. Ugh. Ed Truck was the manager before me. Horrible. He hated fun. It was like, oh, Ed Truck is walking toward us. Stop having fun. Start pretending to do work. What a jerk. You know what? I swore to myself that if I ever got to walk around the room as manager, people would laugh when they saw me coming and would applaud as I walked away.
But many fans seem to agree that Michael's very one-sided feud with Toby just felt more personal. The most important exhibition of this detail is perhaps the season 4 episode Goodbye Toby, when Michael throws a highly extravagant party to bid his arch-nemesis farewell. Is this episode a blast from the very first minute? Of course. And is it one of my favorite The Office season finales? That too. And of course, do I know the iconic song by heart? You don't obviously have to ask that, of course I do. But here's the thing, I think the grand attention that Goodbye Toby gets for its comedic antics and great writing is a tad bit overrated, but not in isolation. And Michael loudly singing his disdain for Toby as Holly misinterprets everything is obviously a gold star moment for the show. Allow me to change your perspective a bit. If there's one episode that encapsulates how Michael is a largely misunderstood character, it's Season 7, Episode 2, Counseling. Obviously, most fans have seen this episode. Okay, I know the hardcore Office fans have seen this bit coming. The setup for the episode is brilliant. To give you a bit of context, if you're not sure, Counseling is a direct follow-up to the episode Nepotism, in which Michael spanks his nephew, not in a weird way. Well, kind of in a weird way, I guess. That's, of course, very unacceptable, so the Corporate Ethics Committee mandates a 6-hour-long counseling session for Michael. And if that wasn't bad enough, of course, Toby is assigned to be his counselor, thanks to his degree and experience in social work. Chaos ensues. Counseling. What really stands out in this episode is Michael's reluctance to talk. Even though he knows that his future is on the line, the rules of the game are set. If Michael fails the psych eval, the consequences might include losing his job or just being known as a child beater around the office. Even then, Michael doesn't care. Not only does he see the choice of his counselor as pretty questionable, but he just doesn't want to talk. Side note, having Toby be the counselor is incredibly unethical on both Toby and corporate's side. But surprisingly, this isn't entirely about Toby, though I'm sure that didn't help at all. From what we understand about Michael's childhood, he never really had a place to talk about his feelings or find catharsis in just ranting it out with friends. That's why I find the Women's Appreciation episode to be a bit redeeming, because being in the company of supportive employees, supportive friends, Michael finally feels the courage to admit how controlling Jan can be. If you find a moment to re-watch the episode, you'll realize that Michael's mom was a lot busier with being Jeff's wife than being Michael's mom. Plus, his biological dad was also missing from the picture. So, picture this. A kid who comes from a broken family, probably, who hasn't had a heart-to-heart with either of his parents, is left to fend for himself during holidays, and when he finally goes back to school, he doesn't have friends to talk about his winter or summer break with. It would have been narrative overkill if Michael had simply begun to talk with literally any other counselor as well, but I truly think that putting Toby in charge of counseling was a writing masterstroke. Because here's the thing. While I like the entire theory about Michael hating Toby because he's the HR dude no one wants to deal with, I don't think that's the complete story. This might not be the most original take, but I think that prior to the counseling session, Michael saw Toby as an irresponsible dude who let his family slip away because of his divorce. As Michael sees it, on top of being a corporate cop, Toby is a dad who seemingly left behind his daughter because he wasn't able to cope with his marriage. And Michael sees that as his mortal enemy's most unforgivable quality. In his own words,
Toby is in HR, which technically means he works for corporate, so he's really not a part of our family. Also, he's divorced, so he's really not a part of his family.
This theory could be completely bogus until you realize when and how Michael finally decides to open up in front of Toby. To exhaust the 6 hours of mandatory counseling, the world's best boss makes up several stories about being probed inappropriately or contacted by aliens. While it's clear that Toby is trying to help him smooth out issues with corporate and resume his job, Michael keeps insisting that the bland HR rep is not good for anyone, including himself. In fact, his exact words are,
But you know what? You can't help people. You couldn't help your marriage. You lose. I don't need your help. Nobody needs your help. Nobody wants it. You can't help anybody. I don't need your help.
It's just fortunate that Toby's personality doesn't allow him to be offended or throw a punch at Michael. But what I really find endearing is how Toby finally gets Michael's attention by opening up about his daughter, who despite living with her mother, visits Toby often. This could have been a bluff, but Michael sees how Toby has ample knowledge about drawing with children or playing Connect 4. And from what my wife, who is actually a licensed therapist who works with children, has told me, this is exactly what you would want to do to get a child to talk. You play games and distract them while getting them to slowly open up. In some ways, Toby is actually helping Michael to revert back to his childlike self to talk about some stuff he's clearly never gotten past. When Michael opens up, we get to see how a lot of his fears of being abandoned and not being liked are pretty much attributed to his stepfather, Jeff. There's a reason why he insists on calling him his mother's boyfriend or his mom's husband, because Jeff was a major red flag. I would agree that his parents' divorce was Michael's biggest impetus for living with some pretty apparent daddy issues, but I think Jeff is the one who really made his stepson insecure about everything. He wasn't ready to be a father to a kid who was looking at the world with a lot of hope and innocence. While watching a baseball game with his stepdad, Michael asked why a pitcher was being replaced with someone else. Removing him from the game meant that the pitcher wouldn't be able to play with his friends anymore, and that made young Michael pretty sad. Child math, right? And hey, this also feeds back into Michael's insane desire to have friends. But Jeff doesn't really recognize the innocence behind his stepson's logic, and bursts his bubble by hailing the move as the right decision made by the manager. That's a classic recipe for disaster to aggravate a kid's daddy issues. We don't get to see much about this because, well, one scene entailing Jeff's relationship with Michael was deleted from Season 5. In the clip that was made available to the people, Michael reveals a story about a kid who,
Like any other 12-year-old boy, he wanted a Pippi long stocking doll for Christmas. But his evil stepfather Jeff said, no, you may not have what you want. You must have a football. And the boy cried, and he cried, and he cried, and he held his breath as long as he could, and he wouldn't eat his dinner.
It's a no-brainer that Michael was talking about himself and his long-held desire to have a tea party with his toys. For the party to continue, he desperately needed the doll, but got a football instead. So of course, his dreams were shattered as a child, and Jeff continued to parent him like nothing had happened. The crux of the problem is just the fact that Michael simply never felt that his desires and wishes were validated, which ultimately tainted his relationship with authority and whoever tried to ground him in reality. This is why, if you think about it, other than Pam, Toby becomes the only person to sort of tell him about things as they are, especially when Michael is trying to do something that he knows he probably shouldn't. And then, in a heartbreaking story, we also get to know that the only emotional outlet Michael had, he ended up losing too. I think this is the standout moment from counseling because Michael finally confirms what we've already been theorizing about. That he's just a pathological people pleaser who can't stand any disdain projected towards him. When Michael's dog runs away, he also refuses to play in his favorite park, because he's convinced that his pet would probably be enjoying it with its new, likable owner. Now, deep down, he knows that dogs don't think like that, but his prior issues with abandonment sort of stand in the way of any rational thought process. From the very first day, he's convinced that a super cool and super cute dog wouldn't want to play with him. So obviously it had to run away to get a new owner to play his fun, silly games with. Since Michael couldn't bear the thought of seeing that visual, he deprived himself of two of the greatest pleasures of his life, his dog and spending time at the park. Toby's happy that Michael is finally talking until he realizes that he was tricked into opening up. Since Michael was already feeling pride over defeating Toby in Connect 4, he couldn't really do much more than feel defeat. Toby finally gives up and asks Michael to fill out his own evaluation and send it to corporate, which he does, by the way. Later, it's revealed that he accidentally ticked the boxes saying he was homicidal and a danger to society. Michael, being Michael, of course, blames Gabe. Of course, this entire setup shows that Michael would still rather deflect than take responsibility for his own actions. His hatred for corporate cops is directed to Gabe, who obviously kind of just sucked at his job. The episode counseling isn't an entire win, but it does open up an entire new avenue of thinking about the character who had to be entirely reimagined after season 1. It can be hard to let go of our image of Michael Scott that's rooted in plain ignorance and stupidity, but once you begin to see other facets of his life that aren't situated in Dunder Mifflin, you will realize that it's apparent that the character has more depth to him than originally meets the eye. But anyways, this has been 10K Bill, and thanks for watching. Comment down below what you'd like to hear me talk about next. Follow me on Twitter at 10kbill to stay up to date on everything I'm working on. And of course, make sure you subscribe for all your entertainment-related content. Towards the end of its run, The Big Bang Theory was, well, not quite as popular as it once was. I've done a whole video about my problems with The Big Bang Theory already, so I'll spare you those details, but even amongst a lot of the commenters who disagreed with some of what I had to say, A lot of people seem to agree that the show was sort of losing steam towards the end of its run, but the world was shook when CBS announced they were planning a prequel series to The Big Bang Theory named Young Sheldon, which, if the name didn't give it away already, was a deep dive into the life of Jim Parsons' breakout role as Sheldon Cooper. Some people loved the idea and some hated it. Some people just seemed kind of confused. But here's the strange thing. In a lot of ways, young Sheldon rescued The Big Bang Theory. Again, this isn't a video about what's wrong with The Big Bang Theory. You can go watch that and see where I stand on a lot of issues the show had. Still, a lot of issues people had with the show boiled down to it being a typical comedy series. Is there anything wrong with being stereotypical? Jim Parsons' mantle would beg to differ. Yeah, but the storyline of nerds living socially awkward lives and folding at the sight of attractive women just seemed a bit tired in the television realm, wouldn't you say? Sheldon, though, was a different breed of human, actually. Not only was he super smart, but he was also wildly eccentric, and that made for most of the laughs in the show. Still, many people felt that it was almost too fictional how Sheldon was shown as this on-screen oddity who just couldn't stop obsessing over roommate agreements, bathroom schedules, and relationship terms and conditions. Naturally, they thought young Sheldon was just going to be an extension of Boy Wonder's life as a misunderstood kid who said a big word here and there and made viewers laugh. Been there, done that, right? See, that's the thing though. Young Sheldon was a lot more than just a deep dive into the life of The Big Bang Theory's breakout character. It was a family-style comedy sprinkled with the right amount of drama to keep viewers engaged. And it's been that way through where we currently are in the series, Season 6. Holy hell, this show has 6 seasons already. Oh, and they actually had the hindsight to ditch the laugh track. A lot of people who hated The Big Bang Theory couldn't get enough of young Sheldon. To be fair, they claimed that the show not only surprised them in a way they didn't think was possible, but also managed to have them rewatch The Big Bang Theory in a whole new light. So, did young Sheldon actually manage to save and help reinterpret one of the most popular series of all time? I guess so, and here's how they did it. The Big Bang Theory's breakout character. To say that the CBS sitcom was mostly centered around Jim Parsons' character wouldn't be an exaggeration. Sure, Leonard was there to ground Sheldon, Raj's social awkwardness and Howard's antics provided comedic relief to the show, but the star at the end of the day was always Sheldon Cooper. The show thrived on Parsons' acting in a way that had people wondering, what's that wacky guy gonna do next? That obviously got a little tired towards the end of the show. In fact, since introducing female characters into The Big Bang Theory around Season 4 and focusing on the love lives of all of the main characters, including Sheldon, fans felt like this show that was originally sold as more of a nerd-centric show had suddenly morphed into a rom-com. Chuck Lorre, the mastermind behind The Big Bang Theory, Young Sheldon, and an absolute ton of other sitcoms tried to save the CBS show as best he could. Fans wanted the show to focus on Sheldon's physics career since that was what he'd been battling about from the very first episode and not so much on Amy. But the deed had been done. The creators had given Sheldon a new storyline, and it was hard to just write off a whole character without it breaking the integrity of the plot, if that's what they want to call it. Instead, Chuck decided to circle back to Sheldon's quest of winning a Nobel Prize when he felt like people had enough of his romantic escapades. The younger version of Sheldon is a lot different. Obviously, Chuck learned from his mistakes and also realized it was borderline creepy to give a young boy a romantic storyline for young Sheldon. You could say this was a bit of a do-over for the minds behind The Big Bang Theory, who fumbled big time trying to morph a character viewers loved so much for his oddities into a regular guy. Young Sheldon features the titular Young Sheldon, whose one and only quest is to become the biggest name in physics since Einstein or Newton. I mean, the kid has a picture of Albert Einstein hanging on his bedroom wall, and he talks to the German physicist picture sometimes, asking for advice. And it's like not even that picture of Einstein with his tongue hanging out. And on the surface, that could be enough. Just play a laugh track in the background and slap on a sitcom title and call it a day. But the moments he talks to the poster of Albert Einstein aren't always meant to be funny. That's another difference between The Big Bang Theory and Young Sheldon. A welcome one, actually. And that's the fact that Chuck realized not everything needed to be turned into a joke. The different format. Young Sheldon isn't just about Sheldon. That might sound like a stretch considering it's in the name, but it's about the entire Cooper household and the things they go through, which, in one way or another, circles back to them having to deal with a socially inept genius. A genius who's also just a kid. It's a whole lasagna of character moments. You see, with older Sheldon getting called out for his bathroom schedules, it was funny, and honestly the viewers thought he had it coming. But with young Sheldon dealing with the consequences of his weirdness and how they impact his family, it's not really a joke. Think about Missy, for example. She was introduced in The Big Bang Theory as the attractive, socially aware twin sister of her odd brother, and everyone laughed at the difference between the two. On young Sheldon, however, she was the one who always had to deal with the brunt of having a brother who was so different that their parents would usually prioritize his needs over hers. It's not as gloomy as I'm making it sound, obviously. She was tough and resilient and found a way to make a name for herself besides just being Sheldon's twin sister on young Sheldon. But you have to understand that showing Sheldon as a kid meant highlighting how his family navigated around him, and that wasn't always giggles all the time. Georgie's next. He was the twins' older brother and probably dealt with having the attention shifted from him to his brother when the twins were born. He dealt with it like a champ, working on his truck, finding a few jobs here and there, and dating some of the prettiest girls in town when he wasn't doing the first two. Still, you could see his frustration come out from time to time, and it wasn't always a pretty sight. At the end of the day, both Missy and Georgie would come together to help out their little brother the best way they could. I'll give young Sheldon credit here too, because the episodes always ended with everyone else understanding that they had to be gentle with Sheldon, and him understanding that he needed to see the world that was outside of himself. Since we're already here and talking about Georgie, let's talk about another major storyline in The Big Bang Theory that's pretty much glossed over, but was much better explained in young Sheldon. Why did the brothers hate each other so much? Probably a major downside of having the sequel come out before the prequel is that a lot of the major storylines are written off without viewers getting a deeper look into what actually happened. When Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory was making a guest list for his wedding, he was reminded that he needed to invite Georgie. The whole first half of that episode focused on Sheldon doing anything and everything he could to avoid seeing Georgie, and the second half focused on the brothers reconciling. Did they talk about what caused the rift between them? Yeah, but only for a minute. Georgie explained that after George Sr., their father, passed away, he was supposed to pick up the pieces with his devastated mother and sister, while Sheldon was off at college. He also explained that everyone tried their best to put up a brave front for Sheldon, because that's just what they'd always done. Still, don't you think that's a very summarized way of explaining why the two brothers didn't communicate with each other for so many years? Georgie and Sheldon went radio silent for all of The Big Bang Theory until that episode. I mean, no one even knew he had a brother. I can't really blame the show's creators a whole lot for this one though. Again, The Big Bang Theory couldn't really expand on this too much because it was a sitcom, and I'm pretty sure the sound effects guy was itching to play the laugh track the second Georgie was done talking. Great, but what about everyone at home who wanted to see more of it? Well, in 2016, CBS announced Young Sheldon, and this had people hoping they'd explain Georgie and Sheldon's relationship, plus a whole lot of others. A lot more than what they'd done in The Big Bang Theory. Georgie's storyline needed more explanation, but Sheldon's whole dynamic with Penny also needed a deeper look. I mean, the guy who couldn't stand certain toppings on his pizza somehow became best friends with his wacky neighbor from across the hall who stood for everything he was against. It didn't really make sense, but I guess everyone just rolled with it because, hey, it was funny. But what if I told you young Sheldon actually found a way to make this fit very nicely? Penny and Sheldon's relationship mirror. Penny and Sheldon's relationship mirrored another important female relationship. And no, it wasn't with his mom or Mima or whatever. You'd think that a guy who valued his personal space over anything else would be the absolute last person to share a friendship with someone who was always in everyone else's space. And no, I don't mean that figuratively. Peggy was the attractive blonde girl from across the hall introduced in the first episode. She's Leonard's never-dying love and tends to fall in line with the dumb blonde trope. But what was relatively surprising was how her character morphed into a sister-like role, often maternal too, for Sheldon. Penny's whole story arc was limited to her relationship with Leonard for a huge chunk of the first few seasons. Fans love seeing the two in a will they, won't they, and why are they kind of relationship. But you know what they loved even more? Her friendship with Sheldon. From being an extension of Leonard's life that was forced into Sheldon's when the Leonard-Penny relationship was finding its footing, to genuinely becoming Sheldon's major confidant, fans loved seeing the two of them together. But why was it that Sheldon let his guard down so much when it came to Penny? You have to remember there were other female characters on the show. Sure, his relationship with Amy was something else, but he couldn't really be himself with her toward the start either. What was so special about Penny? One half of the Big Bang Theory's audience probably didn't think too far into it. It was a sitcom after all, and they rarely needed a reason to do what they do. Another was waiting for a big dramatic reveal that Sheldon was secretly in love with Penny. I mean, I think it's gross now that I've seen young Sheldon because it's pretty obvious his relationship with Penny mirrored his relationship with Missy. In many ways, she's just like a young Penny. Ever so adventurous, a social butterfly, and always ready to call out Sheldon on his antics when it looked like no one else would. The Big Bang Theory placed a storyline into the show and expected us to roll with it, and we did. It wasn't until anyone actually started to think, why were they such good friends, that they realized just how odd Sheldon and Penny's friendship actually was. It was one of the Big Bang Theory's biggest kind of plot holes many viewers were too afraid to put too much thought into. They just feared the execs at CBS would turn it into a love triangle or a complicated storyline. Let's just stick to the laughs, guys. Young Sheldon had an entire plot written for it from day one thanks to the many plot holes left from the Big Bang Theory. The show was able to capitalize on Sheldon's many oddities in the prequel series. I'm sure you're all waiting for more information on the weirdest thing older Sheldon did. Well, wait no more. The origins of the roommate agreement. Every major relationship that Sheldon Cooper had on the Big Bang Theory started off with a signature. The very first episode on the CBS sitcom introduced us to a concept we wish we'd come up with, the roommate agreement. It was one of the most hilarious things that Sheldon did. So Sheldon wanted an agreement with Leonard that would cover every base. And truly, the genius physicist made sure he incorporated anything and everything that had to do with living together in that agreement. In later seasons, he even drafted a relationship agreement with Amy. Plus, he worked on a relationship agreement for Leonard and Penny too. The guy loved making contracts and agreements and setting up terms and conditions. It was one of the more endearing things about him. Still, weren't you ever curious as to why he was so meticulous when it came to making lists? The Big Bang Theory wrote it off as just another one of Sheldon's antics. Young Sheldon, on the other hand, gave us the origin story. You might have noticed how older Sheldon talks as little as he can about East Texas. He'll sing like a canary when it comes to the laws of motion in the space-time continuum, but he won't really talk about his college life. Well, as per young Sheldon's storytelling, we found out that he was miserable at college. Hey, his family might have dealt with him because they loved him, but almost no one at East Texas Tech had it in them to let him go around doing what he wanted. When it came to building his database, that's when they really upped the antics and attempted to stop the boy genius from achieving the greatest feat of his young scientific career. Anyways, contracts and agreements, yes. So, when the administration at East Texas Tech tried to take away his accomplishment on a technicality, young Sheldon realized he needed to be more thorough. Not just more thorough actually, but as thorough as humanly possible. That's why he loves making agreements and why they're always so thorough. He's been burnt once and he's not willing to go through it again, despite the fact that young Sheldon was handed a television golden goose with a well-established main character, existing plot lines, in a realm audiences wanted to discover. They took their sweet time to ease everyone into one of older Sheldon's wild stories from his time back home. It was a good thing, actually. Young Sheldon took things one step at a time. I'm pretty sure everyone waiting for young Sheldon to make it onto screen knew in their heart of hearts that Sheldon would be skipping a couple of grades and enrolling into college a lot earlier than most people. That was a given, and so were a lot of things older Sheldon mentioned over the course of the Big Bang Theory's run. Like we knew that his parents had their fair share of issues. Okay, so here's where a lot of young Sheldon viewers started scratching their heads because while Mary and George Cooper had their fair share of problems, It seemed like Sheldon had exaggerated a lot of them. For a minute there, many fans believed that Chuck might have broken the canon on his own franchise. Yeah, well, I'm here to tell you he didn't. In fact, he did something people in the television world need to do more of. He took things slow. I mean, not so slow that people started losing interest, but slow enough that it makes sense and that the network makes a buck airing more episodes. So Sheldon's parents seemed like your average Texan couple. Mary was a born-again Christian, and George was oblivious to most things that went on in the house. But that didn't mean he never cared. In fact, just after every major blowout, the two would come together and hash it out, vowing to be better in the future. Sounds like Sheldon Cooper might have misread his parents' relationship, right? Instead, young Sheldon incorporated just how their relationship started falling apart slowly and gradually. Many viewers thought that Mary's helicopter parenting for Sheldon in particular would be the straw that broke the camel's back, but it ended up being George's affair. Okay, well, it's not as clear-cut as that. It did have something to do with Mary being hyperfixated on her kids and neglecting George, even when it seemed like he was really struggling. But it boils down to young Sheldon just not being in the same format as its sequel series. Here, the characters actually have more depth to them. Sheldon's not just an obnoxious man-child who thinks the world revolves around him, he's actually a kid who sometimes blames himself for his parents fighting. George wasn't this grouch who never cared like we thought when watching The Big Bang Theory. He had his own struggles too. And of course, there's depth to Mary's character. Mary Cooper. Mary Cooper in The Big Bang Theory did either one of two things: rave about her love of God or battle on about her hate for her dead husband. It was implied that he cheated on her and then left her to raise the family all on her own, which definitely explains some of the hatred. Still, it didn't make sense when fans watched young Sheldon. Again, while the Cooper parents had their problems, they weren't the worst of the worst, or even slightly in that direction. Let's break away here and talk about Sheldon's number one enemy, God. It's actually really easy to determine why the famed physicist had a complicated relationship with organized religion. He was a man of science and didn't believe in something that wasn't quantifiable. Even a young Sheldon at the start of the prequel series is seen regularly debating with no one else other than Pastor Jeff himself about God. Mary, a born-again Christian, loves the church, to a crazy obsessive extent in the show. From seasons 1 through 6 of young Sheldon, we see her obsessing over the church and always going out of her way to provide relief for the congregation. It isn't until Pastor Jeff fires her from the church's management in season 6 that she finally seems to ease up. Season 6 shows a new version of Mary, a kind no one really knew existed. She's happier, healthier, and focused on her family a lot more. She even attempts to sort of heal her relationship.
Fun fact, the actress for Big Bang Theory that's Sheldon's mom, her daughter plays her in young Sheldon. I was like, oh wow, that's a cool fact actually. But kind of does all the the same things you saw from the Sheldon's mom from Big Bang Theory, same mannerisms. I mean, I guess it's her damn daughter, right? So probably got could get the same sound out of them, mannerisms, laughs, etc.
With George. After withdrawing from everything when she was kicked out of the church, Mary finally seemed happy for the first time in a long time, and then George cheated on her. So that explains why she hates him. But what does that have to do with Sheldon's hatred of religion? Well, technically at the time of writing this, the episode where George actually physically cheats on Mary with her neighbor Brenda hasn't aired yet, but we know it's coming. And it's fair to think this will cause Mary to go back into that spiral she was in at the start of season 6.
I've watched
Judging
this
from how stuck up she is on the
I
Big
guess
Bang
this is
Theory,
an old
it's
video.
only fair to assume that she threw herself back into religion and the church to some extent, probably to cope, that it was hard for her to focus on anything else. Sheldon's a misunderstood kid, and he realizes he's going to go through life navigating relationships a lot differently than anyone else. But you know the one relationship he thought he could always count on? His mother. The church, in a way, took that from him. His complicated relationship with his family might be one of the many reasons why he came to see the Pasadena gang as his family. The main characters in The Big Bang Theory versus young Sheldon. With season 7 still in production, Fans of young Sheldon know that something big is about to happen. Chuck Lorre took his sweet time storytelling why Sheldon is the way he is, and Season 6 showed us a side to this character we didn't know existed. In a weird way, it's kind of similar to Better Call Saul. We knew where it was going to end, but the show took its time building out these characters in ways we hadn't previously seen, and slotted in very nicely into the show's universe. Young Sheldon attempted to explain what made Sheldon so, Sheldon-like by going through each and every aspect of his life step by step. His overbearing mother, somewhat absent father, feuding siblings, and a Meemaw he could always count on. Season 6, with a much older Sheldon than the kid we saw him as in Season 1, revealed that Sheldon felt neglected by everyone at home as he grew up, and realized that not only did everyone have their own lives to live now, but that his oddities meant that he'd never really find a place for him in their ever-adapting lives. Do you guys remember the last scene from The Big Bang Theory, where Sheldon displays the ultimate act of love by having his Nobel Peace Prize winning speech be about the Pasadena gang and not about himself? While that was a real tearjerker, it did make everyone watching Young Sheldon, which was airing by then, wonder why they didn't invite any of his real family to the event. Again, it's a sitcom, so it didn't need to explain itself. But from watching Young Sheldon, it's obvious there were times when the younger Sheldon realized he was different in a lot of ways from everyone else around him, even his family. It's not like Sheldon didn't love his family any less, but it just showed that he found his chosen family after so many years, one that didn't have to stick by him, but chose to anyways. But anyways, this has been 10K Bill, and thanks for watching. Comment down below what you'd like to see me talk about next. Follow me on Twitter at
There was a time when we were heartless. We're a monster. I'm here to ask you to be those things once more. Can I count on you? Bigby, can I count on you?
Happy 2024, everybody. I know it's February, and this is a long overdue video, so I do apologize with the release of the last Part 2 Remastered. My hands have kind of been tied, so I wanted to definitely get this video out first since I've been asked a lot by viewers. What is going on with Telltale Games? It's been a question that has been circulating for a while now, because ever since the news of the layoffs, Telltale Games has been deaf silent, to say the least. And you know, I get emotional about this because this is a company that, regardless if you feel like I've moved on to different games and everything, this is the company that started it all for me. I will forever cover and love Telltale Games. They will forever be my favorite. And it's just breaking love Telltale Games. They will forever be my favorite. And it's just breaking my heart that they've dealt with all these issues with the pandemic and everything, and now with these layoffs and, you know, closing back in 2018, having to rebuild from the ground up. It's been a rough journey. I mean, The Expanse also didn't deliver the way I expected it to, and it's clearly obvious based on how it did that it's caused some issues, definitely with the development of Wolf 2 and other future projects. I mean, they haven't tweeted since December 21st. It's February now. It's clearly not a good sign that they've been quiet this long. We, again, according to the CEO, Jamie Otley, we're supposed to be getting something pretty soon for Wolf 2. This game is supposed to come out this year. And I'm telling y'all, if we don't hear anything by the early spring period, I would start to really fear that we may not even see this game in 2024, and it might get pushed back another year. And my fear is, let's just drop it in 2025 alongside GTA 6 and then completely have its hype and everything overshadowed by something like that. And that's my fear, that the game will not sell well, and that this could be Telltale's, you know, closing game, their final one. And we're gonna talk about all that. So I'm gonna talk about Wolf 2, other IPs, old IPs like Walking Dead, Batman, we'll bring those in as well, and that unannounced title that has gotten funding from Skybound Hero Capital. What's going on with that? That's supposed to be the game after Wolf 2. If you guys do enjoy this video, please be sure to drop a like, subscribe if you're new, hit the notification bell, have it set to all, join about the near 100,000 people that have all notifications on for the channel, and be sure to join about that near almost 40% of people are subscribed by hitting the red subscribe button. We go for 1,500 likes on this video, I'd greatly appreciate it. And I will have an individual Wolf 2 video pretty soon, just covering just Wolf, but we're going to discuss it a bit in this video as well, since it is Telltale's next project. Oh, the expansive Telltale series is done. It's over. There's no more with it. All 5 episodes and the bonus episode are out. The game is released on Steam. It's out. It's done. If you want to play it, you can. I'd recommend it. If you want to support them financially, you can go check it out. Again, in my opinion, it was an okay game. It's not anything that's going to be groundbreaking like Walking Dead, Wolf Among Us, or Batman, but it's not a bad game. It's not trash. It just has little itty-bitty things that I just don't think make it a better title for Telltale. The Wolf Among Us 2 is Telltale's next title. It is a game that has been hyped up, canceled, revived, canceled again, revived again, pushed back, delayed numerous times. I mean, it is a game that has, it's one of those games where it's been like, are we ever gonna see it? It has been so long. It has been over a decade since the original game released back in 2013. It's crazy. It's been over a decade now. I feel like I remember making these videos talking about getting ready for it. It'd been 6 years, 7 years. Now we're over 10 years. Time flies. And it's just a shame that Telltale has dealt with so much. The gaming industry is not in the best spot right now. There's been layoffs all around the board. Telltale is not immune to that. They ended up having layoffs themselves, as I mentioned earlier in this video. And what they said last time about those layoffs is due to market conditions and other things, they had to let some people go. And as far as rumors had said, the person that broke this, Jay Jonah, had said that this was a big portion of the Wolf Among Us 2 team that had been supposedly cut from Telltale, meaning development may have slowed down. To Telltale, what they said in their statement is that all games currently in production are still in production. They're not canceled. Now, we know Wolf 2 was originally delayed because of the switch to Unreal Engine 5, and that they wanted to make sure they gave it all the time it needed before releasing it, because according to the Telltale CEO, Jamie Otley, if we release it out to fans and they don't like it, we're gonna get flamed. And that's very much true, that will end up being the case. So it has been almost 2 years since we've seen anything new related to the Wolf Among Us 2. February 2022 was when we got our last trailer and all the information with the story and all that. And I'm not going to go through all that. I'll link a video down below where you can check all that out, and maybe we'll talk about it again, maybe do a little update, because it's been 2 years almost. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of you guys forgot about a lot about what this game is supposed to have, because it's just been so damn long. But with it being February already, when are we going to get any acknowledgement of the game coming? Because if you're going to continue to be silent and not say anything, it's evident enough that we may not see this game in 2024, which I am hoping to God that does not happen. In that interview, Jamie Otley had mentioned that we were supposed to be getting a new look at the game in early 2024. There's been no inclination from Telltale because of their silence that may even be the case. I was thinking around March we're going to probably hear something, but again, I'm starting to think that might not even happen because the silence, it's crazy. They've almost been quiet for over 2 months now. It's starting to get a little nerve-wracking to me that they've been quiet this long. No, nothing on social media. No, nothing. I mean, behind the scenes, they're definitely probably working on it, but in terms of the promotional, marketing, all that, there's nothing. People are like, why haven't you made videos? There's nothing. There's been nothing to discuss or cover. The game is supposed to come out this year. It's probably gonna be Telltale's only release, to be honest. I don't expect them to have 2 in the same year, clearly because of all the issues. So I'm expecting the game to still come out. Again, don't quote this as my release date prediction. I still haven't made one yet, but I was expecting fall to winter. More likely to be probably close to winter. Maybe October, November, December. probably in that range. It seems like the most likely period, because that'll be coinciding right around 11 years since the original. And until then, we just have to wait for news, which kind of stinks. So after The Wolf Among Us 2, we know, as I said, multiple projects are still in development. The unannounced title that has gotten funding from Hero Capital and Skybound. Now, I may have an idea what it is. I can't really say that. But, again, this title may never even happen. And why do I say that? Because earlier I mentioned the layoffs, the controversy, the lack of money they are getting, the Expanse flopping. Telltale's in a bad spot right now. I mean, who's in a good spot right now in the game industry? Not many companies. Telltale is not in a good spot. And I'm telling you, Wolf 2 needs to be a commercial success. Not just from critics and all that, but financially. People need to buy the games. People need to go out and buy them. Because if they don't make money, 2018 all over again. It's very, very possible that could be the case. And we don't really know anything about this new game, other than that, yeah, it has funding from Hero Capital and Skybound, and that it's going to come out after The Wolf Among Us 2. That is it. And as for what that game could be, you know, I've discussed. Could it be The Walking Dead finally returning to glory because we're done with Skybound and their trashy comics and books on Clementine? They've completely ruined her character, and I don't even want to really talk about them much because they're just annoying. They're stupid. Nobody really likes them. That's a true fan of the game. And if you like them, fine, I respect your opinion. But there's no reason you should like them if you're a big game fan, because it doesn't make any sense. Nothing Clementine would ever do in that story that happens there. And that final book should be coming out maybe this year, maybe next year. And Skybound's been promoting a lot on their social media about The Walking Dead. So, is it time you can maybe get a TV show in? Maybe you can finally bring it back, give us a spin-off game with Javier, do something new. Because honestly, I think that's the one series that they could bring back, and it would do well. I think from a hype standpoint it would, but this time people would need to buy it, because as much as I love The Walking Dead, the final season didn't sell well. And it's crazy to think, with how popular it was on YouTube and all that, it didn't sell well. The game did not. Batman Telltale's another possibility. That is a series that Telltale still has the rights to. Remember, they don't even have the rights to The Walking Dead, so it would be up to Skybound and them to reinitiate the partnership with that for that to even happen. But Batman, they have still. So let's hypothetically say Wolf 2 does well. You can easily make a Season 3 of Batman. There is a big fan base of Batman Telltale fans that still want a third season. And I myself want to see a continuation to that story. It's very possible. I just hope they consider it. And I just hope Wolf 2 does well, so maybe we do end up getting that one day. As for other IPs, and when we asked about like Minecraft, Mojang owns it, so you're gonna have to ask Mojang on that. Game of Thrones just doesn't really seem likely with the amount of money that IP costs. Telltale doesn't really have the money in the world to do that, so don't really expect that. What about Guardians? No Guardians of the Galaxy. You know, some of the old IPs like Jurassic Park or Back to the Future don't really, no. Wallace and Gromit? No, none of that stuff. So that leaves the other possibility being a new IP, another new IP like The Expanse. And I think Telltale is going to be very cautious with it this time, because if they do another new IP, and it's probably got to be slightly more known than The Expanse. And I'm not saying I disrespect The Expanse. I think it's a great television series and book. It's just problem you got a mainstream audience that looked at it and they just didn't give it a shot. Maybe it's because of the faults of the game. Maybe it's because The Expanse wasn't as well known. I mean, there's a lot of number of factors you can look into that, why The Expanse just didn't deliver. So I think it's very possible we could end up seeing a new IP eventually as well. Could it be this new upcoming game as well? It could be. It's another possibility. So, I mean, there's a number of possibilities what this new game could end up being. But the big thing to make note of with that is that game likely won't be coming until 2025. I don't think we'll be seeing that. And that's even, again, that's all dependent on if Wolf 2 even comes out this year. Because how is Telltale supposed to get their, stability set when, God, they haven't even really released anything other than The Expanse, and The Expanse was a co-production with Deck 9, so it wasn't even really a game they, fully made. So, I'm nervous about Telltale's future, guys. 2024 looks like it's just going to be a Wolf Among Us 2 year, but even then, it might just be the same as it was last year. A big year with hopeful expectations, and then we get nothing, and another delay announcement, because that is what it is potentially shaping up to be if we don't hear anything in the next couple months. And I'm hoping to God that is not the case. So guys, that is pretty much it with Telltale Games. I wish I could tell you there was more, but right now we're just in a topsy-turvy spot of waiting and waiting for something, an acknowledgement of anything positive with the company. Because right now it's just hope and pray, right? So, let me know what you guys would like to see from Telltale this year. Clearly, it's up in the air what's gonna happen. And I'm hopeful and I'm praying that Telltale can get back on their feet and give us Wolf 2, and hopefully you guys end up buying the games and we support them financially, because we need the game to succeed. And I hope the critics like it as well. So, if you guys do enjoy this video, please be sure to drop a like, subscribe if you haven't already. Let's go for 1,500 likes on this video. And I want to thank you all so much for watching. Catch you guys in the next video pretty soon on Wolf Among Us 2. I'll make one probably in a couple weeks. So stay tuned and have a great day.
Yeah, I'm coming. Hold on.
Hello, sir. Are you Iron Mammal?
Yeah, what's up?
I've got a letter here for you. Says it needed to be delivered urgently. Best of luck.
An urgent message, huh? Well, let's see. It says, the farmers are dead. You'll never guess who lost the last life. And then the rest of the message is a to-do list. Well, I have no idea who sent me this, but apparently they think I need to get all of the Desert Treasure 2 drops, and I also need to re-obtain the Ancestral Bottoms and Twisted Bow from Chambers of Zarek. That is weird. I do happen to be missing those items, so... Somebody watching me? Alright, our first activity back on Iron Mammal. We did ourselves a master clue. How will our luck be on our return? Go away, mysterious old man. That is a duplicate samurai casa. So, I'm also taking a look, and it looks like I have not done a couple of quests. Now, I did do Desert Treasure 2 on this account when it came out, so we're covered there. I haven't done the Children of the Sun, which... I haven't done that on any of my accounts. I don't even know what that quest consists of. And I haven't done the Path of Glofrey, which that came out a long-ass time ago. So, I guess we'll do Children of the Sun. I don't think it takes long. Bro, why is this guy doing the ooh-woo knees? They should have gave him the ooh-woo hands. He's kind of like knocking his knees together. And there is the Children of the Sun completed. That makes me very excited for Varlamore to come out. Well, I don't know, when did they say, like March or something? I don't know, sometime later this year. It's gonna be chock full of content. Right, and so now we are off to the Path of Glofrey, which, I mean, isn't a hard quest, but there's definitely a lot more to it than this one. You know, I gotta say, one nice thing about being back on an account that's maxed. This request requires a mithril grapple. It's like, oh, I gotta put together a mithril grapple. Oh, wait. Features. Search mithril grapple. Literally the stupidest skill K perk ever, but you know what? We'll take that. But in all seriousness, I think like the red and the purple accents of the Verzik Slayer helm with Torva and the like that actually looks so fucking good together, like actually. Like the little hints of colors are just really just, you know, I really fuck with that. And now for single-handedly the most confusing thing ever created in this fucking game. I swear nobody knows how to do this thing, man. Honest to God. Wait. Don't tell me. Don't you tell me Rune Light's gonna just tell me what to do. Ah, I feel like such a sham. I'm a filthy cheater, man. These plugins have come too far, man. Oh, I feel filthy. Mrs. Puff, I think that I am cheating. And there is the path of Glowfree, however you say that, completed. Now, of course, that gives me access to the Warped Terror Birds and Tortoises, which drop the Warped Scepter. I don't really think I'm gonna have any need for that on this account, but, you know, if I decide I want to do some clogging, I could. But there is the Quest Cape re-obtained. And, well, now I think it's time to start grinding items again. Oh! What the hell did I just hit? God damn. Please unbuff the scythe, man. Jesus. I just dealt like 70 damage or something. Okay, let's just start over. So 1, 2, and then we hit again, and then we go here, and then 2. And then we run back, and we go 3. And then we go here, and then we long range on 4. We attack here. Sometimes it stays in the middle because, you know, fuck yourself. 5, and that's the full cycle. We repeat. It's like riding a bike, you know? Like riding a bike. Do you think that you could possibly give me a purple on my first raid back, just for a little pick-me-up today, by chance? Smiley face? No? Back to the white light simulator? Okay. That seems agreeable, too. There's no way there's somebody in my clan called Shiver Me Clit. I don't remember adding this person to my clan. I'm guessing a mod did. What the fuck? That's like the funniest thing about being back on this account is how ridiculous my supplies tab is. Like, I got a bunch of white stack bars and ores and, I mean, it just looks so silly, bro. I guess this is what happens when you play an account for 543 days. Okay, so we've been brainstorming and we have figured out, so V2, you know, the Nightmare Zone death, totally avoidable. We just don't go to Nightmare Zone in V3. Well, I don't. Other one, I got DDoS at CG. The internet's fixed, we're good. So the only actual kind of death I had was me not paying attention. So we're gonna rig up a machine that's like pinball paddles, and if my head turns, the little pinball paddles just slap me in the face, and it redirects my head straight forward, and we're good. We're deathless.
See, yesterday I had the thought of like electric nodes, maybe like adhered to your balls, and then like an eye tracker on your PC.
I mean, we're really playing high stakes. That's good. I like that. Wait, if I run back, I hope he'll get in this little corner here. That was literally so far away! What? That was so far from me! Oh my god! I just Void Wakered that thing a 75. Holy shit. I haven't used this thing in so long I forgot how ridiculous it is. See, and the bad thing is they're like about to nerf this thing, ain't they? Oh man. I'm gonna get used to it for like a couple of days. I fucking missed it. Oh my god, dude. These things punch so hard. Curtis has the most, like, sad, like, drawn-out meow. When he wants something, he just... Meow. Did I say Curtis? Why would I say Curtis? I meant to say carrots. Oh my god, it's just hitting what I'm healing. Welcome back to Iron Mammal, baby. Goddamn Mutadial. Ooh. Oh, don't heal. Aye. Oh God, don't heal again. The shadow. If my thrall just pushed that, I'm gonna shit. Okay, that's good. I would have just instantly defecated. We are suffering from success! Son of a bitch! Is this gonna kill me? No! Oh my... Brother, it's always the most scuffed ass raids, man. It's always the stupidest scuffed raids, bro. So dumb. I actually remember before Farmers V2, there was a stretch where I got like 4 purples in a row only on raids where I died. It's like I couldn't get a drop unless I died, you know? Well, that's how many kits do we have? Raids. That's kit number 6 in 338 CMs. I don't know what the drop rate is, but I think that's too many kits. I think. Shouldn't you be dying on a hardcore somewhere? Whoa, 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 whoa. That is one of the elite caskets of all time, for sure. If I can get this one to jump here, there might be a sweet spot where I can... Are they both safe spotted? Oh my god. He's only just gone and done it. That's a work of art right there. Not like this. We've come so far. Please just kill it. No! No! Oh my god! Oh! Holy shit! Lance, don't. No. Okay, I have to make it not look at me, because if it sees me, it's gonna heal. Lance! What? No! That is the... I literally swear on my fucking grandma's life. Oh. Just want to leave the raid, honest to God, bro. I'm just... So, as you might see, I've got a lot of points. I've got about 56,000. Now, yesterday, which is the clips earlier in this video, I was trying to do CMs. Now, I'm not very good at CMs, so they usually end up taking me somewhere in the ballpark of 45 minutes, and I get a little over 60,000 points. Today, however, I decided I want to try doing regular raids, like not CMs, but scaled raids. So I'm going to get more points than usual, but it's still not a CM. Now, in my experience, as long as I don't die, I actually found them to be preferable. I was getting, you know, somewhere above 50,000 points usually, but it was taking me a decent bit less time than CMs were, so I don't know. I'll have to experiment a bit to see, you know, what I get the best results with. I think generally speaking, CMs are worth it. If you're not slow at them like I am, so, you know, we'll have to see. But anyway, I wanted to mention that because you're going to notice at the end of this clip, kind of, somebody else enters the room. That's because, again, this is a scaled solo, it's a 1+1. But instead of using a dummy, which you can do, like, with a built-in mechanic now, I figured I'd just bring along one of my mods because he still needs to get the teleport tablet thingy anyway, so, like, why not? And then, you know, if things get hairy, like they clearly are, he will enter the room and try to help me finish it, so it kind of worked out nicely. Is that gonna count? Oh my god, and I got a purple too. Oh my god! What? I simultaneously died at the same time as Olm, but I got the kill just quickly enough that it didn't remove any points. Holy shit, that was close. Alright, what we got? Ooh, hello. Little dragon claws, which are gonna be worth substantially less money soon if they move them to tormented demons, which I hope they don't, but that's neither here nor there. I don't know how many D-claws I have. It's 5 on the log, but I might have more than that. I don't know, but... Oh, that was clutch. that literally could not have been any closer, dude. Jesus. And I know I'm an Iron Man and all that, so stand alone. But I had a couple of friends who wanted to get the Trio Speedrun Combat Achievement Diary done. I've already got that completed at some point. I don't remember when. But this was crazy. It literally... We weren't even... It didn't even feel like we were trying. And we flew through this raid. Nice. 12 minutes and 58 seconds. And Cuffy didn't even have a scythe. He was Dragon Warhammer bopping. Nice. Well, shit. Wait, I died because I ran out of brews, but there was literally a brew laying on the fucking floor I could have picked up? What? Why is my head so big, yet such an empty cavity? Well, it's update day today, and Jagex added a whole bunch of combat tasks. Well, I don't know about a whole bunch, but I had up to master completed, so now I gotta do 2 easies, 3 mediums, 5 elites, and 2 masters. Let's open up the easies first. We got... Oh. I forgot about Scurious. I forgot that existed. Kill Scurious once, and finish off Scurious with a Rat-Bane weapon. Oh, shit. Okay, so that means I have to do Scurious at least until I get a spine. Honestly, best update Jagex has made while I was gone from this account is the fact that now each scythe charge uses 2 blood runes instead of 3. Blood runes are always a problem once you start using TOB weapons consistently, so this is gonna be, it's just gonna be really nice. Oh, 10k charges. Beautiful. Oh my god. That was a big hit. Alright, so we got Scurious Novice, which is 1 kill, and Perfect Scurious for not messing up any prayers. Cool. And then this should be a CA as well for killing all those rats quickly, I think. Yep. Efficient Pest Control. Thank you, Diddy B. Me digging out of the refrigerator at 3 in the morning when I'm hungry. Scurious Champion. Yeah, I am. Say that again. There she is. Scurious's spine at 45 kill count, so a little bit over the drop rate, but that's alright. You know, on the group Iron Man, I think I made the mace and the staff, so I guess we'll just make the bow, because, you know, you may as well. Alright, bone, short bow, let's see what you got. 16, 0. 41! Okay. That's pretty good, dude. I am using amethyst arrows, but... Can we just use this from now on? Would you guys be mad at me if I stopped the twisted bow grind and we just use this instead? Surely it's about the same. Alright, there is the last task completed for Scurious. Sit, rat. Okay, I guess let's move on. I'm missing 5 elites, and I believe now we're looking at... Yeah, we're looking at the speed trials. You know, the speed kills, but not actually that fast. Maybe I'll get one of the speed tasks done without trying, you know? I mean, I don't know, though. How was that? How'd we do? Oh, I got the second tier one, too. Vordorvis, Speed Trialist, and Speed Chaser, just on literally my first kill, not doing anything special. Minute and 4 seconds. New PB. What a welcome back. That's pretty good, dude. Not bad. Oh my, how much damage did I just take? This is the worst thing about Vordorvis, bro. Everything's cash money until it's really, really not cash money all of a sudden. I watched your Farmers V2 video sitting next to my girlfriend, and I genuinely teared up. When she asked what was wrong, I told her it was because I was lucky to be in her life. But in reality, it was because I was sad for the... because I was genuinely super sad to see the Hydra take you down. I'm looking forward to V3. Well, I'll tell you what I won't be doing in V3, and that's Vordorvis. What? Do you only get that drop if you just had the worst kill of all time? Because I did. So, I mean, that would be fair. Bronze javelins. Ay, ay, ay. Why do you have the skill specs hand going right now? I do that way too often. When I get... Why does the bleed effect persist after you've already tellied? That is so stupid. Alright, one of the CAs is you have to kill Vardorvis in less than 2 mil in gear. This is the gear setup that we have landed on. The Saradomin Sword. Let's see how long this shit takes. It's not gonna be good, man. Does the spec hit? Okay! Easy peasy. Whoa! Listen to me, I don't know what it is. There was something about my camera angle and the red part of the blood rune. I thought I just got a drop. I literally don't know what I would have possibly thought that was. I don't know what the fuck that react. I don't know, dude. Listen, all I know is that took 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Sell your scythe, buy a Sarah sword. This message paid for and approved by Big Sarah Sword Inc.
are you looking for? what do you want? Have a good one. Got the best deals anywhere. Keep it real. I got what you need. Glad I could help. What's up? Hurry back! Keep it real! Time is money, friend! Glad I could help.
Wait, how am I on this quest right now? Wait, if I still have the 20 Dark Iron Ordinance, let me make you an offer. Is that like, do I just need to do the engineering part of that? Did they nerf that quest? Actually, wait, did they actually nerf that quest? Because I got 24 fish oil and also 20 Dark Iron Ordinance. Is that like, did I glitch this, or did I buy twice the amount that I needed when I was like blackout drunk or something? What the hell? Wait, what? I just used this 16 supercharged quest, or that's all that was available to me. Like, I thought there was a quest for Dark Iron Ordinance. Wait, maybe I've done this on this character before and I just forgot like weeks ago. And I've sent this stuff to my guy here. I think that's what happened. No. Never mind. I thought I was onto something. No. Alright, yeah, we just need the Dark Iron these turbocharged bullshit. The engineering item. But I'll need to sell something here to like get 1 gold back. Or I need to get the 3 gold because, or plus the amount of, oh no wait, no, I can, oh, but I'm gonna need money to like get to Black Fathom now with this amount of Rallying Cry. I'm gonna have to sell something here. I guess I'll sell some of the Dark Ordinance, like raw before auction house. I think that might be the play. Real shit. Gotta click on these abilities, or I gotta like do a reload and press this time on this. Oh shit. Press this time on this drum buff. I want it still for this character, but I know my main hasn't done it for this week, so I don't have to worry about him. But he's just getting gold, so yeah, I also have to do worse on gold to get it, so that's another thing. So we're going to Valley of Honor. Yeah, okay. And then immediately back to Ratchet.
I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I can't cast. What's beyond your mind? Be careful, man. Spirits be with you, man. Hurry back! Time is money, friend. Hurry back. Be good. Yo. Keep it real.
Okay, now I need to send this guy to Thunderbluff and hopefully get a raid that has a warlock that can summon me so I can save my world buff to like log on this character, but my main doesn't have Ashenvale Rallying Cry yet, so that might be something I got parse on for this resets.
What's up? Keep it real.
Final Fantasy XIV has a lot of hard content. However, there's one place in particular that is often overlooked, featuring an island called Eureka, with 4 zones, each with their own unique threats and surprises. prizes, and I was hungry for the challenge to see if it really was that bad. And so I entered Eureka. So I went to get my first quest from Cryle.
What do you want?
One quest, please.
Okay, I need a crystal.
Okay, where is it?
I don't know.
What?
Over there-ish, maybe?
The first ball-crushing feature of Eureka had appeared sooner than I expected. Cryle will give you a few quests to find items in the world. And unlike literally the rest of the entire fucking game, there are no markers on your map to guide you. Just a vague text description of the general area. And to make it worse, it had been drilled into my skull and equally smooth brain that if you die in Eureka, you lose levels. But honestly, I kind of like that. It gave me a real sense of adventure and danger when I stepped out of those gates into the wilderness. I felt genuine fear when almost immediately I came face to face with a level 9 fucking cat thing. So I figured since Cryle was so intent on really making me work for this one, I'd at least get some levels before I go wandering aimlessly around the island. Huh? Where are those guys going? I got a bit brave and decided to follow the group. Turns out they were all gathering to kill a boss. Oh, that's a lot of XP. I came up with a plan, so I didn't have to do any of that disgusting work. I would sit AFK, wait for a boss to spawn, and then run to it to freeload off of the effort of others. And if you're wondering if that's morally correct, then let me put your mind at ease. I didn't feel bad about it at all. But I still had to sneak through the jungle, past a lot of high-level mobs, and the extra risk made exploring so much more rewarding. What will I see over this horizon? I hope it doesn't kill me, and after a couple weeks I was making some good progress. My strategy got me levels fast, which made Cryle's quest a lot easier. And thanks to my immense effort, I had enough crystals to instantly upgrade the sword to max level. Don't you just wanna... Now look, I was enjoying Eureka so far, but I didn't really have a reason to keep going. What's that? I had a flashback. My friend was convincing me to quit WoW and start 14. He showed me zones. Cringe. He showed me jobs. Yawn. He showed me... Ozma. I know you won't all agree with this, but to me, it's the coolest mount in the fucking game. While everyone else is riding around on a horse or a cat, I'm pulling up to the roleplay club in my mathematical concept.
So how would a weary soul get Ozma? First, you must complete all 4 zones of Eureka. Then you must complete the Baldessian Arsenal, a challenging raid where if you die, you're kicked from the instance.
So if I wanted Ozma, it was time to enter Zone 2. You're gonna love Zone 2. Oh yeah? What's it like?
Oh, it's pretty much just like Zone 1, but harder and less fun, and there's less people there, and it sucks, and I fucking hate you, Pint. Fuck you, Pint. I fucking hate you.
Oh, my head.
Hey, have you recently experienced blunt force trauma to the head?
Yes.
Sounds like you could use some protection. Hi, I'm your sleep paralysis demon, and this dream is sponsored by NordVPN. NordVPN is sure to keep your internet safe from all kinds of cyber threats. Simply press a button and your network will be encrypted, safe from scammers, hackers, and the United States government. Using NordVPN's state-of-the-art technology, you can change the location of your IP address. Not only does this give you privacy from prying eyes, it also allows you to digitally hop from country to country, giving you access to exclusive shows from other regions. Not even the government's gonna stop me watching my animes. So give it a try. If you're not satisfied, Nord has a 30-day money-back guarantee. It's 100% risk-free. So if that sounds good to you, head over to nordvpn.com/pint for 4 months extra on a 2-year plan. Sign up now or I'll break your fucking kneecaps. Now if you'll excuse me...
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. This was Pagos. Pagos sucks. It's known to be the great filter where everybody quits. Which meant there was fewer bosses to leech off of. And worse, there's less people to help you if you die. But don't worry, we'll talk about dying very soon. The layout is fucked. We got tight corridors, cliffs which make the map confusing, and worst of all, sleeping dragons. While most mobs detect you based on sight, these fuckers got ears. So you have to slow walk past them. I didn't know this. So when my dumbass was trying to Metal Gear around it,
my strength fades and blood cools. Ready to lose my levels, I close my eyes and drift into dreamless slumber.
you saved me. It turns out if somebody reses you before your death timer expires, you don't lose anything. But it was becoming clear my freeloading tactic wasn't going to be enough this time. If I really wanted that delicious reflective ball, I would have to grind mobs myself. But killing mobs one at a time wasn't going to be enough for me. As much as I like being the little wizard guy who casts the spells, I was hearing the call of my inner beast. Are you tired of being nice? Don't you just want to go ape shit? Warrior level boost. Here we go. Yeah, if I buy it in a video, it should be like a tax write-off.
I deal so much damage. I have so many defensives. They can barely touch me. But even if they become a threat, and I'm on the brink of death.
Raw intuition. When you deal damage, recover health. As a warrior, Eureka was a breeze, cleaving down groups of mobs, fearing nothing. Okay, maybe one thing. Trials quest sent me to some scary places, but I'm a warrior, remember? I could even 1v1 the bosses now. Now, most people find this place easier because it introduces a new system called logograms. And what do? I don't know, it looks confusing, so I'd never ever use them ever. Now, I know all the Eureka commenters are going to be really mad about me not using them, but Warrior just worked. I decided to try and thug it out and beat Pyros as fast as possible. And in but a brief 2 days of gaming, I was done with the zone. And I didn't even die once. I died twice. The first one was to these brigands. But my second death happened all the way up north while I wasn't recording. I was genociding random creatures as usual when I screamed for help, but no one came. For minutes I waited until this woman showed up. She rezzed me and I teleported away, only for her to be swarmed by the same mobs and subsequently die in my place. But worry not. I definitely ran back to her mangled corpse, raised her off the ground, kissed her on the forehead, and everyone in the zone clapped. And as stressful as it was, it made me realize that's what makes Eureka fun. The danger of the world offers a wholesome push towards cooperation. It kinda reminds me of the design philosophy of some other old MMOs. And although my time in Pyros was quite brief, it was probably my favorite zone in Eureka. Surely nothing wildly different will happen in the last zone. This place seemed different. There was a lot of people here, an unusual amount. However, due to my social anxiety and crippling fear of other human beings, I decided to shirk my character growth of last chapter and retreat into my Sigma Ryan Gosling playstyle once more. But shortly after I had started the usual grind, I was approached by a mysterious fellow. A fellow on the Ozma Mount.
Hey, buddy. Need some hub leveling up?
Oh, no. I appreciate the offer, but I don't want to be carried just because I'm famous, you know?
Yeah, no, I've got no idea who you are.
And lucky for me, today they were doing a very special event. 24 hours where they were helping as many people as possible get through the raid. Yippee! So like the pillow princess I am, I went AFK while they leveled me up. And while the other zones took me a number of weeks to get through, I reached max level in Hydratos in 230 minutes. I'm lying, I don't know how long it took. And so much faster than I expected, I was ready to enter the Baldessian Arsenal. Oh, and by the way, the game actually makes you sign a fucking waiver to get into the instance.
Warning. The Baldessian Arsenal is an unimaginably punishing...
Yeah, tons of service, I accept. Then my new friends invited me to a group. And honestly, I was pretty nervous.
Baldessian Arsenal. A challenging raid where if you die, you're kicked from the instance.
Alright, head on down.
Who was that? That, my friend, is none other than Big Motherfucking Green. The biggest fucking Chad in Eureka. He's the raid leader, and he's done this hundreds of times. And his help was going to be monumental. Getting into the raid is usually somewhat complicated.
The raid group waits for a boss to spawn at a specific time of day, and then you kill the boss, which gives each player a buff, allowing them to click on a portal, and then 48 portals spawn all around the zone, and then you enter the raid.
So, it was time to begin. Most of the mechanics in here were manageable, but would one-shot you if you got hit by anything.
The raid splits into two groups and begins to kill the first bosses. And as simple as the mechanics were, I was quaking in my little boots. I was pissing and shitting myself. I did not want to die to the first boss. Then you make your way down this hallway, but wait!
So Big Green goes on ahead to, disarm them. And then it was time for the first real boss. Raiden has a few mechanics that, if it weren't for Big Green, would certainly result in some deaths.
After a bit of horsing around, suddenly, a mechanic where you have to pay attention. Very sad. Oh. Then he starts casting a raid ride, and it's a rush to kill him before he kills you. It actually wasn't even close, and I was trying to hype it up for dramatic effect. More hallways, more trash, and of course, more landmines. And then we arrive at the next boss. This is the boss that in Final Fantasy XI took players 18 hours to beat. If you try to pull him normally, he is unkillable, repeatedly healing to full before wiping the raid. But Big Green, love him to death, had his special little ops outside the raid, where yet another boss spawns. When Big Green's little boys have killed the boss, absolute virtue is weakened. This fight was a step up in difficulty. With almost every mechanic, you had to pay close attention to the boss to determine which color was safe, and getting it wrong even once would be lethal. It made me very worried how hard the last boss would be. But in spite of all odds, we survived. Well, most of us. But there was still one fight left. The boss that would give me what I came for. Ozma itself. While Big Green was explaining the mechanics, I was kind of zoning out. But one thing did stand out to me. Ozma has a mechanic called Black Hole, and if you mess it up, Ozma will instantly suck you out of the raid. And even if the party clears the fight, you would get nothing. And so the fight began. The first mechanics were pretty shrimpled. And with Big Green's help, everyone made it through in one piece. But then I noticed a little debuff, and silly me had no fucking clue what it meant. In my confusion, I ran to the wrong spot, endangering the life of my dear friend, Jub the Cat Girl. But I lived, 'cause I'm a warrior, remember?
Stay grouped up for 3 more attacks, and then we'll see our first black hole.
This was it. If I fucked this up, it would be game over.
I thought of my long, arduous journey, the supple hills and valleys of Eureka, and my fellow soldiers.
A simple adventurer's quest for one shiny ball.
And now all I had to do was complete this one mechanic.
Move the buttons right now. It's safe to make your way back.
Oh, okay. That was pretty easy, actually. Wait, this is it. Big Green just died, but the boss is so low.
Yes! Yes!
Finally, it's mine. And now I can do the thing. Please subscribe. Next video is going to be pretty big. See you in 2025.
Yeah, it's gonna be a wait, so I'll probably end the stream here. It's almost been 4 hours, but I'll be back when this next Ashenvale happens, like, I could be farming gold, but I'm like just so fucking sick of it already today. And yeah, I'll be back on later, and we'll do shaman tank on this guy, cause I've got all the shit on him. He has all the, well, I need to get him the drums. He hasn't got drums yet, so I can like parse on my main here. But it doesn't have double dagger, but I mean, I don't have to deal with that for macro. The gusting wind is like a really respectable offhand, I guess, even if it's fast. Like, level S still does damage, whatever. Like, I don't care if it's a fast or a slow fist weapon. Like, I'm looking at the damage per second, just auto attacking, going with like dual wield specialization. Like, you just can't go wrong with that shit, honestly. But yeah, I've unlocked that on my alt that has like 2 chip bud of Sericus, so it's like, fucking hell, that guy is gonna start pumping now that I got dual wield on him. Hell yeah. And we've like grinded gold for this guy to raid, and I think there's some gold going to the alts, I think. Why am I going this way? I've got good buffs here. Unless this is like where you... Why am I going this way? Because I thought I sent my ass to go up here. I need to go here eventually. Like, I don't know. Did I go here to... No, I've got good boon and like a good amount of... It's not gonna take an hour and a half. So I don't need to refresh Dark Fortune. Why did I go here? Or is this just a different route? Wait, what? Did I stop here for something? Like, I have all my... Yeah, I have everything. Did I stop here to get another free action? In case... I don't expect to wipe on Calibur, honestly. What the hell? Or was I gonna give gold to my alt shaman tank for next run? I think that might have been it. Give him 2 gold, 50 silver. I think my mage could do that too. Yeah. 2. Whoops. Shaman tank X. Or no. Z. Is that not it? I'm wasting precious moments on this thing, on this buff. Shaman tank with a Z. Yeah, okay. Boop. Bada boop. Okay. That guy is hella set up. I have everything I need. I believe I've repaired. Yeah, okay. So I just need to make my way there to the entrance. And then I'll look for a group on another character and like... Oh no, wait. No. Ashenvale on this character. I'm thinking of my other shaman tank that already has like a running drums buff from Ashenvale events. Can only do that once a week, so I'm trying to raid log him. I guess I'm going to Splinter Tree on this guy. Oh yeah, that's why I was like, yeah, probably just end the stream there, because like we're gonna be waiting like a good amount, like with 63, like it's supposed to be like every 2-3 hours or whatever, or something like that. So it's like I'm gonna go for like the glaive group, everything. It's not even gonna get me anything but that buff. Like, I'm already revered. Like, the rest of this I have to do through what you call it, just grinding Warsong Gulch to get exalted, but it's like I'm not exactly chasing that. It's not a big concern of mine, to be honest. But I'm hella I have everything that I need, all my consumes, and yeah, we just gotta get this damn drum buff, and then I'll be good to go to set up this character. And then I can set up my alt shaman tank, I guess, in the meanwhile, right? If we can get that done before the next Ashenvale PvP happens, hopefully I can like log this guy out like on the road near ZM, or at least in Ashenvale. It says like I can either like fly to Zormstrand, or I could stay in what's it called, the Splinter Tree. Yeah, Splinter Tree Post. So then I could like go up and then like make my way to Glaive, or like make my way to this boss here. I forget what it's called. Or we can go to like the last boss. It's like down here, or no, down here, yeah. At this point, like, I don't need anything on both my shaman tanks. Like, maybe, I guess I could go for the other chest that is like, it's a tank chest that I have on my alt shaman tank. This is my main. So, yeah, this, yeah, not this thing. I could probably sell this, honestly. Because that's not going to outclass what I have here for DPS. Like, this has more stamina, I guess. But, yeah. Because, every hit percent I can get, I want this 3 set. Everything else, I want like full DPS, everything that can give me hit. I should probably pick up leatherworking for the glove, the epic gloves. Those have more hit percent to make me parse even harder with dual wield. Imagine if I bought gold. I'd have all this shit like weeks ago, but it's like we're gonna artificially make it there. I gotta drop skinning for leatherworking here. I'm just gonna buy the supplies to level up leatherworking on like just through my mage gold farming. I'll probably learn. I gotta learn fucking Wailing Caverns. That should be like a way more gold per hour than RFC. But yeah, probably end the stream here because we're gonna be waiting for basically the event to start, and yeah, I'll get that done, get my drums, and then we'll start up the next stream for the main shaman tank. And I think my alt shaman tank might have enough shit to go next. We'll see. But in terms of golds.